Shalom, Israel, Most High in Christ blessed. My name is Brother Zerubbabel,
My name is Ezra Zelazar.
and we are with Children of Israel. Welcome back again to another Sabbath. We're going to be bringing out another Sabbath lesson for you today. Again, we're going to be sticking with the milk, going back to, some basics. As you can see, the title of this class is Prepare Thy Soul for Temptation. With a lot of the things that are going on in the Israelite community, this is one of the topics that we feel doesn't really actually get as much coverage as it should be, because we have a lot of people that are waking up and coming into the truth and coming into the knowledge that they're an Israelite. You know what I mean? Because in our communities, the so-called Blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans, there are a lot of people out there in the streets, a lot of people online now. The 12 tribes of Israel are waking up all over the world. But what's happening when they're waking up, they're coming into the truth and they're being taught, certain doctrines. Of course, they're finding out they're an Israelite. They're learning about the blessings and the curses. They're learning about, some of the law, statutes, and commandments. But once they get into a camp, they get into a group. Sometimes, especially if it's a large camp, sometimes some things can get lost, or some people can get lost in the shuffle, to where a lot of our people are coming into the truth. And when they were in the world, before they knew they were an Israelite, they were battling maybe certain sins, certain lusts that they may have had on themselves, that when they come into the truth, those demons that they have been fighting all their lives are not fully dealt with. And it could be a twofold thing. It could be one, like I said, they could be joining a large Israelite group. It could be a small Israelite group. But the work is in motion. They're going out in the streets, they're teaching, they're going to the Sabbath, and no one has had the time or taken the time to maybe sit down with this person and find out and ask, what were you battling before you found out you were an Israelite? What were your temptations? What were your lusts? What were your sins? What were you battling? A lot of times that gets passed over, and you have people joining the groups that even the leadership of the group don't really know the person that has just joined their group. Sometimes they may know that this person came out of the world, and they, if it was a man, they could have been a pimp in the world. If it was a woman, she could have been, a prostitute. A man, he could have been a gang member coming out of the gang life. You know what I mean? Whether it was he was 100% into the gang, or maybe just kind of kicking it with them. You know what I mean? You got to find these things out. You got to talk to your people and find out. And in a lot of cases, it's not being done, because you could have somebody that was 100% a shooter out there in the streets. You know what I mean? That comes into the truth, and you haven't, sat down with this person and found out that this is what they've been battling. They got anger issues. They've got a lot of hatred built up inside. They may have had a tough childhood growing up in the streets. You know what I mean? And they come into the truth, and they're able to somewhat suppress these feelings, and hide it behind the fringes and the border of blue they got on their camp t-shirt. They're learning the camp jargon. They're saluting the brothers as they come in. But behind the scenes, they still got them demons that they're fighting inside. They could have been an ex-drug dealer. They could have been an ex-drug user, whatever the case is. They, you know what I mean? They could have been dealing with thievery. They could have been a thief out in the streets. You know what I mean? And that could be from the lowest level of committing petty theft to being somebody out there in the streets, stealing cars, committing home invasions, committing, what do you call it? Carjackings, you know what I mean? It could be from the smallest to all the way up to, the most extreme. And, sometimes you got to talk to the people. You got to ask. And sometimes it could just be that, I don't want to be invasive. You know what I mean? I would ask too many questions. I don't want to make them feel uncomfortable and not want to join the group. And not all groups are doing. Some groups, they do a very good job of vetting, the people that join their group. But there are some groups that don't. They're just letting anybody come one, come all. And people joining the group and then finding out later, after this person's been in the group for 6 months, a year, 2 years, 5 years, that they haven't really actually changed. You know what I mean? This person could have been a domestic violence abuser. You know what I mean? They could have been a child molester. They could have been, a rapist. They could have served, time in prison. A lot of these things you've got to find out. Is this person a convicted felon or not? And if they were, what did they serve time for? Because I can guarantee you 100%, whatever this person was battling in the world, they're going to bring it into the truth if it's not dealt with right away. And dealing with it right away, I mean, if it's not spoken of, it's not brought to light, and the leadership of said camp or group has an understanding of what this person was going through. And it's, and it's up to the leader. You know what I mean? It could be a personal one-on-one thing where, you sit down with them, talk to them, counsel them, find out. And it's almost like an attorney-client privilege. Whatever, is brought to light should be staying within the realm of the leadership, you know what I mean? As far as, okay, this person's dealing with this, because you're seeing too many times where people are sharing their personal issues that they may come into a camp with. And then when they have some kind of an issue or problem with the camp, those things are brought out to the public and used against them to hurt them. So you also want to be careful of that also. As so-called leaders in the Israelite community, you want to be careful of that. You know what I mean? People are coming into the truth, and they're putting their trust in you, that you're going to help them. And they're opening up and telling, sometimes their most deepest, darkest secrets that they may have been holding on to from childhood. And then to turn around and have somebody take that secret, take those feelings of hurt and, and anger and, you know what I mean? Those most personal issues that a person had gone through, and turn around and use it against them, that could be very hurtful to somebody. So in a lot of cases, it could be, hard for a person to even come back from dealing with that kind of, because now you've made that pain 10,000 fold of what it was. They've had years to deal with it in a way, you know what I mean? But now to have somebody you trust turn around and bash you with it, that could be just as hurtful as the original incident or whatever, they had gone through. So that's why, we're going to bring this class out. Prepare thy soul for temptation, because a lot of people come into the truth and they haven't prepared themselves for what they're going to go through. They haven't done it. And when all of a sudden they're in the truth, they're out there battling, you know what I mean? They're fighting for the truth. They're teaching. They're trying to convert souls over. They're, dealing with their people. And then all of a sudden, this temptation that they have been battling with for years just comes out of nowhere. And they haven't been taught how to deal with it. They haven't learned how to battle with the inner self, the inner demons, the inner person, that their inner heart, which is your inner mind. They haven't learned how to deal with that yet. What's going to happen? They're going to jump right in, headline and sinker. They're going to give into that lust. They're going to give into that temptation and fall into sin. And it's easy for them to do it because they haven't been taught how to deal with it. They weren't told that they weren't, that when they come into this truth, that whatever they were battling with in the streets or out in the world is going to come back at them at some point in time. They're going to be tested. And you have to prepare people for that. And so, we're just one of a few camps or people or groups that, are dealing with this topic. But like I said, it doesn't get as much
Attention.
Say it again.
Attention, acknowledgement.
Yeah, there you go. As much attention as it should. And that's what I'm getting at. That's a perfect word for it. You know what I mean? People, are focused on the curses. We're the Israelites, the blacks, the Hispanics, the Native Americans. Some people are focused on the white man. The white man is the devil. The white man's the devil. The mark of the beast, the the RFID chip. Everybody's focused on one main message. It seems like in some of the camps and some of the groups that basic milk lessons like this get passed up. And unfortunately, like I said, you will have some of our people come into the truth and they have 1 foot in and 1 foot out, which we all know is, if you're an Israelite that's been in the truth for a while, the Bible speaks about this, that you can't be lukewarm in this walk. In fact, let's go to that. Go to Revelation 3:15 through 17. Let's start off with that today.
The book of Revelation, chapter 3 and verse 15. I know thy works, that thou art neither cold nor hot. I would thou wert cold or hot. So then, because thou art lukewarm and neither cold nor hot, I will spew thee out of my mouth. Because thou sayest, I am rich and increase with goods, and have need of nothing, and knowest not that thou art wretched and miserable and poor and blind and naked.
So for some of our people, they come into the truth and they're, their demons or they could be battling covetousness. They could be battling, just worldliness, period, where they're so caught up in this worldly system of go to school, learn, get an education, make money, get money, that's all their focus is. And they come into the truth and they've got 1 foot in, 1 foot out. They, like I said, they could have been an ex-gang member. They've got 1 foot in, 1 foot out. They're lukewarm. Their heart is still on the world, and part of their heart is on the truth. So he says, I know thy works, that thou art neither cold nor hot. I would thou wert cold or hot. So the Most High said, I would rather you choose Choose the right side or choose the left, but don't walk in the middle. Don't be lukewarm in this. You've got to make a choice. You can't be either or. It's one or the other. Does that make sense? I think I messed that up. I don't think that's exactly what I meant to say, because I think it means about the same thing. You can't be in the middle trying to be both, is what I'm trying to say. It's got to be either or. You got to choose one or the other. That's what I'm trying to say. So excuse me. All right. So the Most High doesn't want you to be lukewarm in this. He wants you to make a choice. You either, he's saying, I'd rather, if you're not going to be 100% in this truth, then go back and be 100% a thug. Go back and do it. Because I don't want you having one foot in and being half thug and half Israelite. He doesn't want that. He doesn't want you being half Proverbs 31 woman and half prostitute. You can't do that. You can't be coming around on the Sabbath day and being a daughter of Sarah and then going back out in the streets during the week and selling your body to men for money. You can't do it. You can't come in the truth and be a loving husband, father, man, family man in the truth, but away from the congregation, being an adulterer. You're cheating on your wife. You've got a whole other, side family somewhere else and stuff like that. You can't do that. You got to make a choice. It's either or. He says, so then, because thou art lukewarm and neither cold nor hot, I will spew thee out of my mouth. So he's letting you know that he's not down with that whatsoever. He's not in agreement with that at all. And part of the reason why some of our people do this goes back to what I was just saying a second ago. A lot of our people are caught up in the world. Their mind is still caught up with a lot of covetousness from the world, that they are blinded by the things of their heart, the treasures of their mind, which could be anything. It could be school, it could be your job, it could be your spouse, it could be your kids, it could be material possessions, it could be money, anything. And that goes to the breaking of commandment 1. Anything that you put before the Most High is the breaking of commandment 1. That has become your God. That has become your idol. Idolatry of the idolatry of the heart, or spiritual idolatry. And that's where verse 17, because thou sayest, I am rich and increase with goods and have need of nothing, and knowest not that thou art wretched and miserable and poor and blind and naked. So you have some of our people come in and they endure for a time. They could be in a camp for a year or 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, but at some point, those temptations are going to catch up with them, because they're going to be, you know what, man, I got everything I need. What is this camp doing for me? I'm going to school. I'm getting a degree. I'm around Esau at school every day. I'm around Esau at work every day. They haven't done nothing to me. In fact, they show love to me. So why should I, be an Israelite? What is being an Israelite? And it also could be that they still, they came from the Christian church and they still got Christianity in the brain. Their heart is still, their foot is still one part is in Christianity and one part is in the truth. You see that happen a lot. And you see people fall away, and the first thing they do is they go back to teaching and preaching Christian doctrines. Though, those are those that were lukewarm in the truth. You see this a lot. And this happens in a lot of the camps and a lot of the groups, that you see people end up leaving the camp, they end up leaving the group because the way they put it is that there was just something not being fulfilled in them by being a part of the group, in which in reality is that they were still battling sins and lust that they had brought in from the world, and it was never dealt with. So they were never really 100% in agreement. They were never 100% in belief in the doctrine, or you know what I mean, or even in agreement with the leadership of said group or camp that they had joined. And it's very easy for us to sit back and say, so then why did you join? Why were you a part of them? Why did you know what I mean? We could ask the question why all day long. It goes back. The fact of the matter is that as leaders in the group or camp or overseers of the flock, a lot of the times we have failed in addressing these things before it was too late. They were allowed to sit among the body for years and years, months and years, without anyone ever questioning, without even asking or sitting down with them to find out, okay, what are you dealing with, or what did you deal with in the world? What are you battling with? And be able to take them through, because I've watched videos of people that have left the truth and left camps, and you could feel the hurt. You know what I mean? You could feel their pain, that they, you know what I mean? They are really hurt, hurt that they had to leave the group, that they had to deal with certain things in the group because they devoted their lives to it. But on the other hand, you could also hear in their speech how they never really 100% believed in whatever the doctrine the camp was teaching. And that's also their fault too. You went and joined this thing that you really didn't believe in. You just kind of jumped in, knowing that you didn't fully believe in it. So, on one hand, it's also the fault of the individual person. So you can't 100% blame the camp or camp leaders for that happening either. All right. Because a lot of times that happens where, they go in, they don't 100% believe, but the person, that's maybe taking them through Bible study or taking them through, study of the precepts, or, who's ever put in charge of overseeing them or going through and teaching them. And they're just going, and never take the time to stop and say, hey, you know what? I'm not really in 100% agreement with this. Break it down to me further so that I can fully understand, so that I can make a decision whether or not I agree with it or not. Sometimes it could be out of fear. They don't want to upset anybody. They don't want to seem like somebody that's coming in being rebellious. But the thing is, before you join a camp, before you join a group, you need to find out everything you need to know about the individual people who's leading the group and what they're teaching, their doctrines, to see if it's a fit. Because a lot of people are not doing that. And they get in, and the next thing you know, they find out that camp, that group is not for them. And they just completely 100% fall out of the truth in some cases. So, which is going to happen, but we want to do everything we can to avoid it. And that's where dealing with people and helping people deal with the temptations of the world from jump from the moment that you make contact with them and start getting to know them. And it's going to be an ongoing process. It could take years for this person to get over, the demons that they were battling in the world. But if you just sit and let it fester for those years and never deal with it, at some point, that demon is going to come out. That old gang member, that old homeboy that was out there on the streets, that old shooter that they may have stored up inside, that old pimp mindset that they may have had, that old adulterer, that playboy may come out. And that's where you end up seeing in some of the camps where people are getting kicked out for adultery, finding out that they're messing around with another man's wife in the camp, or a husband cursing out his wife, a wife cursing out her husband, a husband putting hands on his wife, a woman putting hands on her husband. You're seeing these things happen. And it's not just in the man or the men, it's also some of the women too that you see. A lot of the women in the camps are falling into a lot of these situations, up to the point to where you are seeing, which is rare right now, but we have seen episodes where brothers have pulled guns and unfortunately pulled triggers because that old man in the streets has resurfaced because they got angry about something. So it's up to us as teachers to make sure we always cover the basics. Always go back to the basics. Continually feed the flock with the milk. All right, let's go to Hebrews 5:12 through 14.
The book of Hebrews, chapter 5 and verse 12. For when for the time ye ought to be teachers, ye have need that one teach you again, which be the first principles of the oracles of God, and are become such as have need of milk and not of strong meat. For everyone that useth milk is unskillful in the word of righteousness, for he is a babe.
Read for 14.
Verse 14. But strong meat belongeth to them that are of full age, even those who by reason of use have their senses exercised to discern both good and evil.
All right. So it says, for when for the time you ought to be teachers, you have need that one teach you again. And in a lot of cases, that's what's happening. You make contact with this person. They're coming into your camp. They're coming into your group. And it's up to you to, how would I put it? This is something that I learned from years and years and years of teaching martial arts. I always go back to that because that was my life. We all come from different walks of life and different backgrounds, and we all can take what we learned and apply it in our walk in the truth. Whenever one of the things that I was taught as a young age, when it came to teaching, is what we call we have what was called the 10 class management skills. The first management skill, or the very first one, was setting the mood and tone. So you as a teacher, it's up to you to set the mood and the tone of your class or your lesson, whether it's a one-on-one individual sit-down lesson or if you're teaching thousands. So it's up to you that when you come in, you step to that podium, you step to that microphone, you step in or sit in front of that computer, whatever the situation is. It's up to you to set the mood. to set the tone. And whatever your mood is, that's what your followers are gonna, you know what I mean? Whatever your personality, whatever your I'm looking for another word. It'll probably, you know, I always become lost for words.
Right.
But it's up to you to set it. And if your mood and tone is always aggressive, anger, spewing out all kinds of hatred and profanity, and you understand what I'm saying, right? Then that's kind of the mood and tone you're going to set for your camp. So the people that are coming in, they're going to follow after the leadership. But if you're setting your mood and tone is modeled after the fruits of the Spirit, then when you know, let's grab that in Galatians 5, the fruit of the Spirit. Because you're not seeing this in a lot of places as far as 22 through 20. Just go through 26. Yeah, just go 26. Through 26. Yeah.
The book of Galatians chapter 5 and verse 22. But the fruit of the Spirit is love, joy, peace, long-suffering, gentleness, goodness, faith, meekness, temperance. Against such there is no law. And they that are Christ have crucified the flesh with the affections and lust. If we live in the Spirit, let us also walk in the Spirit. Let us not be desirous of vainglory, provoking one another, envying one another.
So let us not be desirous of vainglory is what it's saying. So, but it's telling us what the fruit of the Spirit is. But the fruit of the Spirit is love, joy, peace. There are people coming out of some of the camps that, you know, they're letting it be known that they're not experiencing real love in the camps. They're not really experiencing joy. They're not having peace among the brethren in the camps. Long suffering. There is no such thing as long suffering in the camps. You're getting chastised for every little thing that you do. You got people in some of the camps walking on eggshells around leaderships because they're afraid of saying any little thing or doing any little thing to get blasted for. Gentleness. If you're if you know what I mean, if you're setting the mood and tone is contrary to being gentle, because a lot of the times you hear when you watch some of the camps and camp leaders teach that somebody that's gentle is actually made fun of. That you're a gentle man. That's why it's called a gentleman. A gentle man is looked at as somebody that's effeminate. You've got a woman spirit about you, brother. You know, you're weak. That's you know, you weak. That's a weak brother. Or what's this new one that's come out now that you hear a lot of people talk? Oh, the alpha male. You're a beta male. But the Bible says that we're supposed to be full of gentleness. There's nothing wrong with being gentle. There's nothing wrong with being a gentleman. But you listen to some of the camps and camp leaders, they make a man or men in their camps feel like it's wrong to be gentle. You see, people meet me and they see my personality, very quiet. You know what I mean? Very, you know, that's just how I've been taught. Very respectful, being polite, being courteous, being gentle, and people will look at that as being weak. But I always got to remind people and let it be known. Don't take my what is it? Don't take my niceness for weakness. Don't do it. Don't even try to do it. But a lot of people do. They think that because you are respectful, because you are kind, because you are gentle, they think you're a weak punk. Gotta tell, don't make that mistake. Far from it. It reminds me of what's that movie with Patrick Swayze that he played in? He played this bouncer in this club, and he was hired to go in and clean up the club. And one of the bouncers that already worked in the club was asking, he's like, okay, so you're telling, he's telling, you know what, just be nice. And he's like, okay, you're telling us to be nice and treat these people with kindness and be nice, but look at what we're dealing with. When are we supposed to know when it's time to act? How are we supposed to know when it's time to, to throw hands? And he's like, you know what? I'll let you know. I'll tell you. You have somebody acting up, you go up and you let them know. Cut it out, but be nice. If they continue on, you walk them out the door, but be nice until it's time to not be nice. And that's always been my mom, be nice. Treat people right until it's that time. Somebody pushes it to the point to where it's not time to be nice anymore. That's what you should be having in the camps and be teaching in the camps. Gentleness. There's nothing wrong with being gentle. But in the Israelite community, a man in the truth that's basically living the fruit of the Spirit is clowned on. And it's crazy. You see it, don't you? It's clown. It's crazy to hear people, you beta males and it's just like, but the Bible teaches us to be gentle. Gentleness, goodness, faith, meekness. Even Moses was considered meek. Moses' characteristic that was spoken of in the scriptures was that he was meek. Temperance. A lot, that's one that gets passed over also. A lot of the times to teach people how to control themselves, how to control their actions, control their anger, to control their mind. To not just give in right away to, is not taught. Because a lot of the times in some of the camps, some of the leaders themselves are quick to lash out, which the Bible is against. That goes against what the Bible teaches as the fruit of the Spirit. We're reading them to you. But the fruit of the Spirit is love, joy, peace, long-suffering, gentleness, goodness, faith, meekness, temperance. Against such there is no law. And they that are Christ have crucified the flesh with the affections and lusts. So in other words, if you're not living by the fruit of the Spirit and you're not teaching your congregation to live by the fruit of the Spirit, to teach by the fruit of the Spirit, if you're not setting the mood and tone of your lessons in your camp or your group by following the fruit of the Spirit, then Christ is letting it be known that you're not a part of his. Because it says, and they that are Christ have crucified the flesh with the affections and lusts. If we live in the Spirit, let us also walk in the Spirit. Some of our people are saying that they live in the Spirit. They say that they keep the commandments. But when you take a step back and you fully examine, you come to find that no, they're not. Let us not be desirous of vainglory, provoking one another, envying one another. And you see this happening throughout the Israelite community, from camp to 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 camp. People are desirous of vainglory. They want to be the number one main camp. They want, our group is we're the head honchos. We're the best camp. Where, nobody can do what we're doing. You hear this stuff. Provoking one another. You see videos getting put out, this camp putting a video out about that camp, and you know what I mean, and going back and forth. Envying one another. You see that in the Israelite community. One leader may hate another leader because his camp is growing faster than theirs. And instead of just admitting that you envy him, they start spreading a lot of lies and a lot of rumors and spewing out all kinds of hatred. But these things are happening because even some of the leaders in the Israelite community haven't learned how to deal with their temptations. Because that's what it is. You have that anger built up inside and you just want to just curse somebody out. That's a temptation. That's, you know what I mean? That's you fighting with your own inner demons. That person you used to be in the world that would quickly just curse somebody out for any little thing. Go off on them. And some of the leaders in the truth have not learned how to fight and deal with that temptation. They just, you know what I mean? They will just speak their mind. They would just, let anything come out. But we've got to get back to reteaching our people and feeding them with the milk. Going back to Hebrews 5. For when for the time you ought to be teachers, you have need that one teach you again, which be the first principles of the oracles of God, and are become such as have need of milk and not of strong meat. A lot of times our people are coming into the truth and they need milk, but they're having meat forced down their throat. They're brand new to the truth and they're trying to watch, they're trying to learn, and they're learning about UFOs. They're learning about the mysteries of Daniel. They're learning about the mysteries of Revelation, the mark of the beast, all these things that are being focused on. And milk lessons such as this, as learning to deal with their temptations, get passed over. It says, for everyone that useth milk is unskillful in the word of righteousness, for he is a babe. So essentially, you're taking a lot of people that are unskillful in the word of righteousness, and you're putting them out there on the streets to teach. And they haven't battled their own inner demons yet. They haven't dealt with their own temptations. They haven't dealt with their own inner person. They haven't changed themselves. And the reason why is because they're unskillful in the word of righteousness, for he is a babe. But you want to know what they're getting rewarded for, is they're getting rewarded because they learned how to memorize a lot of scriptures. Unfortunately, that's what you see happening. You're seeing a lot of people being put out in the streets to teach in these camps because they have learned to memorize scriptures. And unfortunately, the way our people are running to these men and pumping them up because they're getting views on YouTube. They're getting, you know what I mean? They're getting a following on social media because they could stand out on the street and blast the other nations. They're being rewarded for this. So in a sense, what do you need to change for? Where's the incentive for them to change? Because they're being rewarded for being the person that they are. People are loving them. People are in the comments dropping much love and telling them, well, you know, what a great teacher they are. You know, what a great leader they are. And they're relishing in that vainglory. So again, what is the incentive to change? There is none. It says, but strong meat belongeth to them that are of full age, even those who by reason of use have their senses exercised to discern both good and evil. And that's what it comes down to. A lot of our people have not exercised their senses to discern good and evil in order to deal with their temptations. And that comes down to leaders in a lot of the camps not setting the mood and tone of their camp according to the scriptures, which is by the fruit of the Spirit. A lot of them are still running their camps in a worldly fashion, unfortunately. And that worldliness that has crept into the Israelite community, it's very clear now. A lot of people are seeing it. People that are in the Israelite community and people outside the Israelite community. You've got people, you know, of the Christian churches, people in the outside, you know, that are the outside looking in and going, why should I join this if it's no different than what I was dealing with in the Christian church? You have leaders begging for money, no different than what you're seeing in the Christian church. I was just watching a group last night that have put out a video, you know, wanting to raise money for the reasons that they gave. I was kind of shaking my head going, does he not hear what he's actually saying? On one hand, he's saying this is for the Most High, but we want to raise $80,000 so that we could get better equipment, better cameras. We want to give you the best view possible for YouTube. We want to be able to show a view over here and a view over there. And you know what I mean? Be able to show the audience with the different views and cameras and bring out the best. And it was just kind of like, does he not hear himself? He doesn't realize that what he's saying is covetousness. He's actually saying that he's not content with what the Most High have given him so far, just to be able to get in front of the camera and teach your people. We're teaching right now. Do we need any flashy graphics and you know, all that flash and pizzazz in order to bring out this lesson? No. It would be, you know, it's good to get people's attention and draw them in and all that kind of stuff, but don't need to play tricks. Like, you're either going to watch the lesson or you're not. You may not like the way we look, so be it, because that's what the problem is with our people to begin with. That's what got us in trouble with the Most High to begin with, when we asked for a king. We asked for a king, and what did we look for? We let the best of our lusts get to us by looking at the tallest, most handsome, most, you know what I mean? Our people make judgment based off of the flesh, not based off of true judgment, not using the spirit, but the Most High looks at the heart. The Most High don't care about how many cameras you got. The Most High don't care about how many different camera angles you could come with. What you're teaching should stand alone. But to sit here asking the people to give you $80,000, you got this camp begging for money, you got this camp begging for money, you got that camp begging for money. But yet we sit back and make fun of the Christian church about begging for money. It's kind of ironic. You see, when we say you don't see no PayPal up here, you don't see us begging for money, you don't see us begging for money. You have people that say that, we don't see no Cash App, no PayPal up here. But yet, at the end of the lesson, you're still telling people to join your this club or that club and send your alms and and it's like, stop playing games. Stop playing word games with the people. People have turned the truth into a cash cow. They've turned it into a way to make a lot of money. And some of them have given into their covetousness because they haven't learned to deal with their temptations. And we're going to get to that later on in the lesson. Let me not jump too far ahead. All right. Let's go to 1 Peter 2:2.
The book of 1 Peter chapter 2. Chapter 2 and verse 2. As newborn babes desire the sincere milk of the word, that ye may grow thereby.
As newborn babes desire the sincere milk of the word. And a lot of our people are not doing it. A lot of our people are not desiring the sincere milk of the word when they come into the truth. They want, you've seen, how many times have we just seen people out on the streets teaching, a person standing there listening, they don't want to hear nothing the Bible says, but then as soon as the person teaching on the street says, hold on, watch this, I got this other book that says, and then they'll go into this bag of books and pull out some other book that was written by some man. They'll open it up and they'll start reading the history out of there. And then all of a sudden their ears get perked up and they go, oh, we've got to be aware of this and we've got to be careful of this, that the majority of our people love learning the history. They love learning all of the seeing all these other books pulled out, and this person wrote this in this book, and this person wrote that in that book. But then when it comes to the book and learning the law, statutes, commandments, and judgments of the Most High, they don't want to hear it. But they will join this camp. They will join that group because now they've been, you know what I mean? You've perked their interest now. Now you're talking, now you're talking their game. Now they want to hear what you got to say. And the more history books and the more books of this and the more books of that you pull out and teach them, the more you keep them interested. But then when the law, statutes, commandments, and judgments come out, they're sitting in the chairs going, you see it, the rolling of the eyes, right, the side eyeing the person that's teaching, like, you know what I mean? You see that stuff when people are teaching. That's because a lot of our people that are coming in are not desiring the sincere milk of the word. They want the strong meat right off the bat. They want to learn all the deep mysteries. And unfortunately, there are people that are teaching and leading camps that are happy to oblige them, give them what they want, just so they can draw them in. The more bodies, the more money. And that's just the fact of the matter. You've heard me say it before. The moment you decide to open up an Israelite school, you're taking on the challenge of opening a business. And in order to run a business in Esau's system, you've got to do certain things in order to keep said business open. You've got rent to pay, you've got utilities to pay. And in some cases, you've got men to pay, because a lot of these men that are in a lot of these camps are sacrificing their livelihoods and their family life and things like that for their camp. And some of them are basically earning money from running these camps. Some of the camp leaders are making their money from their camp. We're not trying to do that. We're not trying to, you know what I mean? The Most High says work, Christ worked. Christ was a carpenter. So we're going to work. I'm not going to ask anybody for any money. I am sick and tired of hearing people using the truth to get money. I was tired of it as a kid growing up. I was sick and tired of hearing pastors take advantage of my grandmother, taking advantage of family members, taking advantage of people, you know, in the church that didn't really have the money to be given them, but yet they were given it because they believed in this pastor, believed in his message, believed in his doctrine that he was teaching, just to find out that these pastors were full of it. They were liars, along with some of the leaders in the Israelite community. Some of them are just straight up liars. And I'll just say it straight. I don't care if they get upset or mad about it. When you can keep teaching the same lie over and over and over again, and somebody can come and show you that, you know what, that's not what that's saying. That's not what that means. But you will ignore what they're telling you and just keep on teaching it over and over and over and over again and keep pushing it as if it's true. You're a liar. At that point, you have no other recourse but to say, you know what? Now it's to the point where he knows he's lying, or they know they're lying, and they're continuing to push these lies. So, again, that's a person that hasn't learned how to deal with their own lust. They haven't learned how to deal with their own temptations, the temptation of lying. Some of them have a lying spirit on them, and they haven't learned to deal with it. We're not pointing it out of hatred to say, you know what, man, you no good lying. Like, no, because we want these people to repent from it. We need all of our people to repent so that we could get the kingdom that we're waiting for. We're still here because of what we're talking about today, because a lot of our people haven't dealt with their temptations, because a lot of them haven't taken the time to understand that when they come into the truth, they need to prepare their soul for temptation. Hence, again, the title of the class, Prepare Thy Soul for Temptation. Let's go to Sirach 2:1.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 2 and verse 1. My son, if thou come to serve the Lord, prepare thy soul for temptation.
My son, if thou come to serve the Lord, prepare thy soul for temptation. Hence, the name of the class, Prepare Thy Soul for Temptation. When you come into this truth, you need to prepare your soul. You need to prepare your mind. You've got to prepare your very being to deal with the temptations that are going to come at you, because they are going to come at you. And when they do, you actually should be happy about it, because then you know that you're a child of God, because you know he's testing you. You're being tested. If you come into the truth and you never have to deal with anything, you never have to deal with any temptations, you never have to deal with battling that inner person within you, then you might have to step back and ask yourself, you know what? Why am I never going through anything? Why does my life seem so perfectly fine? There's, I'm not having to deal with anything at all, ever. You might have to start questioning yourself. But you should be looking at it as a good thing, because now you have a chance to prove yourself. Just like if you're at a job, you're on a team of, you know what I mean, of on your job, or a group, or whatever the case is. And now you have a chance to prove yourself to your boss. You have a chance to prove yourself to whoever it is. That's the same way you should look at it with the Most High. You know what, man, now I've got a chance to prove myself to let him know that, yeah, I'm listening. I'm training myself. I'm working on this. I'm doing the work, meaning I'm keeping his commandments. I'm not going to allow myself to fall into these diverse temptations, but I'm going to take on the challenge with joy, so that I can show the Most High that I'm not going to give in. Grab James 1 and 2 through 3.
The book of James, chapter 1 and verse 2. My brethren, count it all joy when ye fall into diverse temptations, knowing this, that the trying of your faith worketh patience.
So he says, my brethren, count it all joy when you fall into diverse temptations. As we were just saying, you should look at it as a good thing. You should take it joyfully, because you know that the Most High cares about you enough that he's going to put that little obstacle in front of you to see what you do. Just like he did with Job. Job was tested, and Job passed the test. Are you going to be able to be like Job and pass whatever test the Most High puts in front of you? And best believe the Most High knows what it is that you battle with. And guess what? If the Most High knows what you battle with, guess who else knows what you battle with? Your adversary, the devil, Satan, knows what you battle with. And best believe, just like he did with Job, he is going to test you. And he's going to do it because the Most High is going to allow him to do it. And you should count it all joy. Like, you know what? I get a chance to prove myself, just like Job did, to show the Most High I'm not going to give in. I'm not going to let you down. I can't remember where I heard this the other day, but I was listening to a radio host, and he was saying that the reason why he didn't do a lot of things growing up in his childhood was because he didn't want to let his grandparents down. He was talking about that, how it was at one point in history, you had so much respect and honor for your family and your family name that as a kid growing up, you didn't want to let your grandparents down. He made sure that he did everything on the up and up, because the last thing that he ever wanted was for his grandparents to ever hear that he did this, or this, and disappoint them. And that's the same thing it should be for the Most High. And you've heard me say it before. I'm a grown man. But the last thing I ever want to ever happen is for my grandparents, who are mostly basically gone already, or my mom, especially, to ever hear me sitting here out on the streets or online or anywhere spewing out a bunch of profanity. I'd be embarrassed. But there are a lot of people in this world that don't care. They'll sit in front of their parents cursing up a storm because they don't have that respect enough for their parents to say, you know what, I'm not going to allow my parents to hear me talking like this. Go online and go to YouTube and watch some of these celebrities and some of these so-called influencers that have no qualms about being online, talking about, especially some of the women, talking about their OnlyFans pages and their Instagram pages and how many men that they've been with. And it's sad. It's crazy. They have no shame in their game at all. But just how we should be looking at not wanting to disappoint our family, our parents, our grandparents, it should be the exact same thing. It should be even more so, 1,000 times, 10,000 times, 1,000,000 times more for the Most High. That you don't want to disappoint the Most High and be that Israelite to fall into temptation and give into your temptations. To have to go before the Most High and be embarrassed and be shamed because it hasn't happened yet. Some of our people really don't think it's going to happen. Right. It's too far out for them to see. So it's like they're living in the right now, the right here, right now. So they give in, whatever the temptation is. So he says, my brethren, count it all joy when you fall into diverse temptations, knowing this, that the trying of your faith worketh patience. That's why a lot of our people are impatient, because a lot of times they're not having to go through trials. They're not dealing. And again, that goes back to what I said a second ago. If you're not having to deal with battling, with whatever temptations, or having to go through anything, you might have to take a step back and take a look at yourself and be like, okay, is it just that I'm doing everything right and I've got no problems? Or is there something wrong? You're going to have to do that. But you're also going to have to learn how to be patient in this walk. You're going to have to be able to prepare your soul for these temptations. In other words, you're going to have to expect it. Expect to go through these trials, because these trials are there to test you, to test your faith, to test your ability to walk away from evil. Gives you a chance to exercise your senses, to show the Most High that you have exercised your senses and you can discern between good and evil. And you're going to choose good and you're going to walk away from evil. It's as simple as that. Speaking of the word temptation, real quick, let's look at the meaning and definition of temptation. That's what I want to do. I'm going to share the screen real quick. Or actually, did I show you the window? This one, share. Let me know when you can see it.
There it is.
All right. So temptation, noun, the desire to do something, especially something wrong or unwise. Let me read that again. The desire to do something, especially something wrong or unwise. A thing or course of action that attracts or tempts someone. The tempting of Jesus by the devil. We're going to get into that later in the lesson. So look at some of these similar words or synonyms. Desire, urge. You have this urge that you want to do something. You have this desire that you want to do something, this itch, it's itching at you, this impulse, this inclination. Looking at this other definition, a thing or course of action that attracts or tempts someone. What are some of the synonyms? To lure you. You know what I mean? There's something in front of you that's trying to allure you. Allurement. It's trying to entice you. Enticement. Seduction. Seduce you. You have this attraction. Something's trying to attract you. It's trying to draw you. So when you fall into these temptations, that's what's going on. There's something that's playing on your desires. And again, your desires, whatever they are, everybody's desires are different. Your urges, your impulses, your inclinations, they're different for everybody. And what's going to happen is that stumbling block is going to get put in front of you that's trying to lure you towards that desire. It's trying to entice you to act on that urge. It's trying to seduce you to give into that impulse. It's trying to attract you to get you to give in to your inclinations. It's trying to draw you in. See how all these words interchange? How it works? When you come into this truth, you've got to prepare yourself to deal with these things. For some people, it could be alcoholism. It could be a drug addiction. I haven't even touched on that yet. There's a lot of our people deal with alcoholism. That's very rampant in the so-called Black, Hispanic, and Native American communities. Have a lot of our people that are alcoholics. And they come into the truth and they haven't learned how to deal with it. They haven't, and I know I've heard people say, you know what, stay away from Alcoholics Anonymous because they deal with Christian doctrines in a lot of these places, which is true. So if that's the case, if we're going to discourage people from going to Alcoholics Anonymous, why don't we as a community come up with a way to help our people battle alcohol addiction or drug addiction? Because I haven't seen or heard of, they preach the word of God is going to heal you from these things. But in reality, what actionable steps have they taken in order to help our people overcome these addictions? I haven't seen it yet. And that's something that needs to be discussed as a whole, as a community as a whole. What can we do as a community? And we have people come in that are dealing with these urges of alcoholism, that have these addictions to weed, to heroin, to crack. You know what I mean? What can we do? How can we make them aware that, yeah, you're going to come into this truth, but you're going to be tempted. You need to prepare yourself for those temptations because you will get tempted. You will be out somewhere one day and somebody's going to offer you that alcohol. And unfortunately, in some of the camps, it's the camps themselves offering them the alcohol. They've got people in their camp that are battling alcohol addiction, and they come into the camp thinking they're going to get away from having to battle this lust, and they come in, it's Jack Daniels everywhere. They go to the, to a high holy day, and they're looking at strong drink everywhere. So how are you, helping somebody deal with their alcoholism if they come in and the very people they came in to ask to help them are the ones putting the temptation in front of them? I know I was watching one particular person that left the camp, and was talking about how on the Sabbath days, on the weekends, some of the people in our camp were getting together on the weekends and they were drinking and smoking weed.
Mm.
They were doing it every weekend, still living worldly. You hear these things, and unfortunately, it's because when they're coming in, they're not being taught how to prepare their soul to deal with these temptations. Again, Sirach 2:1, my son, if thou come to serve the Lord, prepare thy soul for temptation. James 1:2-3, we just went over. My brethren, count it all joy when you fall into diverse temptations, knowing this, that the trying of your faith worketh patience. A lot of these temptations, a lot of these addictions, whether it be alcohol, whether it be drug, and in some cases, it could even be sexual addiction. We have a lot of people coming into the truth that sexual addiction is a real thing. And it's a real thing among our people. And unfortunately, there are a lot of our people, men and women, that have this addiction to porn. They have addictions to having to have a lot of different men and women in their lives that they deal with. And a lot of these temptations, a lot of these addictions are not dealt with when they come in. And unfortunately, they're left to fester in the truth, left to themselves. And eventually, that old man or old woman surfaces. They are tempted. They give in to their lust. They give in to their temptation. And next thing you know, they find themselves in trouble because they weren't prepared for it. They didn't think that it would ever happen that, I'm in the truth now. I'm an Israelite. I'm going strong in this word. I'm going strong in this walk. And the next thing you know, they come to find that they're actually weak in the flesh and they're still living in the flesh. They forgot to pray that they wouldn't enter into temptation. They hadn't thought about it. It wasn't on their mind that this could happen, that, you could be walking in this truth for a couple of months, a few years, a lot of years. And next thing you know, Satan decides, you know what, let me test them. Let me see, will they give in? Let me see how strong of a brew they really are. And come and throw that stumbling block in front of you. Next thing you know, you tripped, fell, and stumbled. Hit the ground hard. And next thing you know, they're out of the truth. Let's go to Matthew 26:41.
The book of Matthew, chapter 26 and verse 41. Watch and pray that ye enter not into temptation. The spirit indeed is willing, but the flesh is weak.
So he's telling us, watch and pray that ye enter not into temptation. We need to be going over these milk precepts with people when they come in. These should be some of the first lessons that they get to be retaught. And one of the main ones is dealing with temptation. Don't wait until a person's been in the truth for years and then finally give a lesson about temptation. It's too late. They've already been allowed to sit and allow, they've been faking the funk for a long time. So it's like, you know what, I'm going to keep faking it. Watch and pray. Watch and pray. Watch and pray. A lot of our people are in the truth, and you got to ask them the question, you know what I mean? How many times a day are they really praying? We know you should be keeping that unto yourself. But how many of our people are actually doing it? How many of our people are actually praying on a daily basis? Once a day, twice a day, 3 times a day. How many? You got to ask yourself that question. Are you praying to the Most High that you don't enter into temptation? Because he says the spirit indeed is willing. That spirit that's within you, it's willing to do what's right. It's willing to do what's good. But your flesh is weak. Are you walking after the spirit or are you walking after the flesh? Which one is it? We just read in Galatians, what was that, 19 and what was it? Was that 22?
Mm-hmm.
Go back
Verse
to
22. Galatians 5:22.
5 and 22. There we go. I'm talking about 5 and 19, 5 and 22, getting them mixed up things. Actually, verse 25, if we live in the spirit, let us also walk in the spirit. So we've got to be real careful about this. You've got to be praying on a daily basis so that you can learn to overcome whatever it is that's going to tempt you, whatever you've been battling with out there, in your daily life. When you came into this truth, what was your weakness? What was it? You should know. Grab 2 Corinthians 13 and 5.
The book of 2 Corinthians chapter 13 and verse 5. Examine yourselves, whether ye be in the faith, prove your own selves. Know ye not your own selves, how that Jesus Christ is in you, except ye be reprobate.
So that's what you need to be doing on a daily basis. You need to be praying. You need to be watching. That's what he means by watch and pray. Watch and pray. You need to be looking at yourself in the mirror and examining yourself every day, watching to see if you are being tested. Am I being presented with temptation? And am I giving into it? He says, examine yourselves whether ye be in the faith. Prove your own selves. Prove to who? Prove your own self to the Most High. We were just talking about that a second ago. You should be very aware when you are going through temptation in knowing that you don't want to disappoint the Most High. Just like you wouldn't want to disappoint your mother, your father, your grandparents. It says, know ye not your own selves? You should know yourself. You should know what you're battling. When you come into this truth, you should know what it was, what you were battling out there in the streets. Was it a lust for money? Was it a lust for men? A lust for women? A lust for drugs? A lust for alcohol? Whatever it is, whatever it was you were battling. When you come into this truth, you've got to watch yourself and make sure that you don't fall back into that old person you were. Because you know yourself. You should know yourself. You should know yourself better than anybody. Matthew 26 and 41 again. Go ahead.
It says, watch and pray that ye enter not into temptation, that the spirit indeed is willing, but the flesh is weak.
The spirit indeed is willing, but the flesh is weak. If you're walking after the flesh, you better be really prepared, because 9 times out of 10, you're going to give it to your lusts. You're going to give into your desires, and you're going to fall into sin. It's not a question of if, it's just a question of when. It's not if you're going to fall into sin. It's when are you going to fall into sin? Because you haven't dealt with those things that you've been battling. You haven't dealt with your inner demons. Watch and pray they enter not into temptation. The spirit indeed is willing, the flesh is weak. Now, don't take this as if we ourselves think that we are perfect, because we're not. We'd be the first ones to tell you. We dealt with things before we came into the truth, and we deal with them now. The question is how do you deal with it? I know myself. I know me. I've had a lot of years of being able to look at myself in the mirror and know what kind of man I wanted to turn out to be, even before I became a man. I had an inkling, I had an idea of what kind of man I wanted to be, what kind of husband I wanted to be, and so on. You should have known that before you even became a man. That's that part of childhood. That's that part of growing up. What kind of adult do you want to be when you become one? And unfortunately, with some of our people, depending on the circumstances and where you grew up, you may have grown up in a place where you were in a single parent household and there was no man around. And the only people that you had around for a male figure were the brothers out in the streets. So you may have desired to want to be that thug, to be that hustler, to be that HNIC out on the streets, to get that name, to get that recognition, to be that top earner out there, slinging dope. That could have been your desire, to make that money. And you come into the truth and you still battling. But just because my life may have been different, because I grew up in an area where I was surrounded by nothing but Esau. No exaggeration, just on my block alone, every other house was a cop. I'm not exaggerating. The neighbor that lived about 2 to 3 houses down from me was a police officer. Go down a couple of more houses and across the street, another police officer. He was actually a CHP officer. His kids and myself, they were, unfortunately, they were some of my good friends growing up. He actually became the chief of the CHP at one point. He's retired now. But you go around the block, another cop. Go the other direction. We was surrounded by him. So my childhood, my upbringing may be different than some of my brothers in the truth that grew up under rough circumstances out there on the streets. I fortunately was taken away from it at an age where even today I sometimes wonder, what if I had stayed? Because of the first beginnings of my life, I was growing up in the jungle of LA. Anybody that knows the jungle, knows August Street, knows Cocoa Street. They know that area right there. They know. And I sometimes I moved away from there when I was 9. Right at that point in life where, you know what I mean? A few years, that 11, 12, 13-year age range, would I have gotten involved or would I not have gotten involved? The Black Pea Stones is heavy in the jungle. Anybody that knows anything about the jungles of LA, know. They know what gangs run there. They know they know it bleeds red. And I sometimes, would I have gotten involved in it? I wonder. Because I had my little core group of friends and myself. We saw the stuff going on, and we saw the stuff going on. You couldn't hide from it. You saw the drug dealers. They had Sherm Alley. It was right there. You know what I mean? It was there. You saw the OGs out there on the block. But for me, fortunately, my family was able to move us up out of there and moved us to the suburbs around Esau. Not to say that things got easier for me. I had to deal with getting called a nigga every day and having to fight every day. You know what I mean? Fought more being there than I had to when I was living around my own people. So it wasn't a cakewalk, but at the same time, I wasn't having to deal with a lot of the things some of my brothers had to deal with out there on the streets. All right. So just because my life was different, does that mean that I was better than them or I'm in any way better? No, not at all. Because even myself, I had to deal with certain things that, you know, I grew up around. Certain, you know what I mean? Titus, grab Titus 3:3. This actually describes what I'm trying to say better than I can put it into words. We'll let the scripture speak.
The book of Titus, chapter 3 and verse 3. For we ourselves also were sometimes foolish.
So I was foolish. So the Bible describes it better than I can. I was foolish. I was a foolish child at times. I did foolish things. I did stupid things. Go ahead.
Disobedient.
I was disobedient at times. We all were. Go ahead.
Deceive.
I was deceived. I grew up in the church. I was going, you know, to Baptist churches, Christian churches. I was deceived, especially growing up around the people that hated me. I was deceived because there were so few of us. We had to do everything we can to try and prove ourselves every day. That not all of our people were as they were portrayed. We had to every day try and prove that, you know, we weren't ghetto, that we weren't, you know, the thug, the gangbanger, the shooter, the drug dealer. Read on.
Serving diverse lusts and pleasures.
Even I serve diverse lusts and pleasures that, you know, we learn from being around them. It's funny, as I talk to my wife about this sometimes, I tell her, you know what, I didn't even know about a lot of stuff until I moved up around, you know, these Edomite kids. Because we didn't do this stuff growing up in the ghetto. We didn't do it. You didn't hear about a lot of this stuff. You didn't see kids doing a lot of this stuff. Just like I just said, I did more fighting and watched more fights growing up there than I ever saw when I was going to school around my own people. Before, I was in the 4th grade when I moved there. So from kindergarten, 1st grade, 2nd grade, 3rd grade, part of 4th grade before I moved, I could count on one hand how many fights I actually had in the hood, having to defend myself. Going from there to there, it was like 1,000-fold. And I'm not exaggerating. I'm talking about almost on a daily basis. The few of us that were there, we either were trying to defend ourselves or trying to defend one of our brothers that was, going through it. All right. So I had to learn how to fight. I had to learn how to defend myself. Had no choice. It was either that or just let people walk all over you and let them call you a nigga every day. And that wasn't about to happen. That was that was not about to happen. But a lot of the diverse lusts and pleasures that I learned from being around these Edomites. And you've heard me say it before. Anytime I was tempted with anything, growing up where I grew up, it was always an Edomite there smiling with a big smile on their face. Go ahead and read.
Living in malice and envy.
Living in malice and envy. We lived through that. I lived through that. Especially the fact that there were so few of us. We had to deal with malice and envy among the few so-called blacks and Hispanics that lived in the area. Go ahead.
Hateful.
I was hateful. Go ahead.
And hating one another.
Learning to hate one another. That was being ingrained in us and we didn't even realize it. Learning to hate your own brother because we were trying so hard to prove that we weren't like the others. But just because what I had to deal with and go through was different, my story is different than another brother's, doesn't mean that I'm better than them and that I'm above them. But I have been put in a position to be able to teach them and guide them and show them how they can do better in their life. Not by talking down to them, but teaching them the word and teaching them how to do it. And the best way to do it is by being an example. And that's another thing I learned from years of teaching and training in martial arts. The best way to lead is to lead by example. You want your brothers coming into the truth to listen to what you're saying, then live by what you are teaching. Be someone that they can see that, man, this brother does not give in to his desires. He does not fall for temptation. You can't, if you're going to walk in this truth and you're going to put yourself out there as a teacher in this truth, you better not let your people that you're teaching see you walking in the flesh. Better not do it. And that doesn't mean hide it, because that's what you see happening. So a lot of our people are hiding their faults. That means no. Doing what Christ said and being perfect and not having any faults. You better be walking so much on the straight and narrow that people are now having to make stuff up because they can't find no fault in you. Now they got to go to the point of making stuff up in order to try and you know what I mean, try and make you look bad. And you see that happening in the truth. There are some leaders that you see people making stuff up about because there's so much hatred towards, you know, any particular leader in the truth. And you see people coming out and they're twisting stuff, making stories up, and you know what I mean? That stuff's got to stop. But that may mean that that leader may be doing something right. That they are walking so much in the spirit that people cannot find a fault in them, just like with Christ. He was our example. He walked 100% in the spirit, that they couldn't find no fault in him. They wanted to find a fault in him so bad that it came to the point to where they had to make stuff up. They had to lie on him. And that's the same thing you ought to be doing if you are going to be teaching this Bible. You should be following in Christ's footsteps, following his example. I keep moving because my face is being hidden behind my name. So I keep but you should be following after his example so much to the point to where people can look at you and say, you know what, man, I can't find no fault in this dude. Now I got to lie. I got to make stuff up about it. And the only way you can do that is you cannot let sin rule you. You can't let sin become a friend of yours. Cannot do it. If you are going to walk in this truth and be a teacher, same thing like you've heard me say before, is the same thing I would tell my black belts. If you're going to stand in front of people as a black belt and claim you're teaching people to be somebody that's courteous and respectful, somebody that's full of loyalty, somebody that's trying to teach people to better themselves and be a better man or better woman, you best not be out there walking the streets and let them see you be otherwise. You better not be a hypocrite. And that was just in martial arts, being in this truth, again, 1,000, 10,000, 1,000,000 times more. Being a black belt martial artist is insignificant compared to being an Israelite. That's minuscule compared to walking in this truth, because now you've got people's souls at stake. You're dealing with people's souls and trying to help them get their way into the kingdom of heaven. There's a lot at stake, and you don't have the luxury of making a mistake. Like, oops, my mistake. I forgot to teach you. I forgot to tell you. I forgot to keep it myself. No, we don't have time for that. We don't have the luxury. You best have changed that inner man, that inner being, that inner spirit of yours, and be seen walking in the spirit every day, no matter what. Because if you're not, Lord help you. That's all I can say. Lord help you, because it's going to be worse for you being a leader, being a teacher in the truth, than for your average Joe that just comes in and, you know what I mean, he's learning under you, and he may fall, but better be careful. Your fall is going to be that much worse. What is that? Is that That's Sirach 1 and 29 or Wisdom of Solomon 1 and 20. Let me look it up real quick. I think you may know what I'm talking about. Because you came not in truth in the spirit. You know what I'm talking about? Is that Wisdom of Solomon 1 and 30, somewhere around there? Or is it Sirach? Because Wisdom of Solomon, Sirach 1 and 30. Yeah, Sirach 1 and 30. Actually started 29.
The book of Ecclesiasticus.
Actually, I'm sorry. Start at 26 and go through 30.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 1 and verse 26. If thou desire wisdom, keep the commandments, and the Lord shall give her unto thee.
So if thou desire wisdom, keep the commandments, and the Lord shall give her unto thee. Read on.
For the fear of the Lord is the wisdom and instruction, and faith and meekness are his delight.
For the fear of the Lord is wisdom and instruction, and faith and meekness are his delight. And there are people out there telling you it's an effeminate trait to be meek. It's crazy. All right, read on.
Distrust not the fear of the Lord when thou art poor, and come not unto him with a double heart.
And come not unto him with a double heart. In other words, don't have one foot in, one foot out. Don't be lukewarm when you come to him. Better not do it. Better not come to him with a double heart. Well, I believe this, but I also believe that.
Right.
Go ahead.
Be not an hypocrite in the sight of men, and take good heed what thou speakest.
This is heavy. Be not an hypocrite in the sight of men. Be not an hypocrite in the sight of men. Do not open that door to allow anybody in this truth or outside of this truth to be able to look at you and say, you know what, he is a hypocrite. He said this and he's teaching this, but on the other hand, he's not even keeping the very things he's teaching. Do not let that happen. Do not open that door. Go ahead.
Exalt not thyself, lest thou fall, and bring dishonor upon thy soul. And so God discovered thy secrets and cast thee down in the midst of the congregation, because thou camest not in truth to the fear of the Lord, but thy heart is full of deceit.
This is very heavy right here in Sirach 1. Exalt not thyself, lest thou fall. And you see a lot of self-exaltation in the truth. And bring dishonor upon thy soul. And so God discovered thy secrets. That's why I said, don't be trying to hide it. You better truly make sure that you have dealt with that inner man and have truly changed. Because that fake it till you make it is not going to walk, is not going to ride with the Most High. He's not down with that. And you hear people say that, fake it till you make it. That's not what this truth is about. This truth is about what Christ said. You better be perfect. And cast thee down in the midst of the congregation, because thou camest not in truth to the fear of the Lord, but thy heart is full of deceit. This truth is full of a lot of men whose heart is full of deceit, unfortunately. And we have got to change that. We've got to see that change. That's why we're still here. Look at how many people are waking up. This truth is growing and growing and growing. But yet, we're still sitting right here in good old US of A. Some of our people are still sitting right there over there in the Caribbean. Some of our people are still sitting there in Central and South America, over in Africa, over there in Europe, over there in China. And We're still trying to figure out what's going on. What happened? Why are we not being saved yet? You had people teaching we were going to get saved in the year 2000. Well, here it is, the year 2023, and we're still here. What's going on? You had people saying we were going to get saved in 2019. 1619 to 2019, 400 years. Christ is coming back this year. Well, we're still here. What happened? The truth of the matter is there are a lot of, or some of our men out there that are teaching, that are searching for that vainglory, and they're teaching false doctrines because Christ said he doesn't even know when he's supposed to come back. It's at the Father's discretion. When the Father says, son, all right, it's time, go do your thing, Christ says he doesn't even know when that's going to happen. But yet, in fact, even last night, you had somebody teaching a lesson, talking about when is Christ coming back, the mystery is solved, as if they know when Christ is coming back. Some of our people need to stop playing these games. It was basically clickbait just to get people to click on it and start watching. Go, ooh, they've solved the mystery of when Christ is coming back, and start watching. I guess I must have to say I was a fool that clicked on it and watched too. But I just wanted to see, I already knew, like, you know what? Christ said he doesn't, nobody knows when he's supposed to come back. Let me see what these dudes are teaching.
Right.
They say they've solved the mystery. Like, I already knew you're lying. I knew before I started watching it, you're a liar because Christ said he doesn't even know when he's coming back. So for you to put that title that you've solved the mystery, you're lying. But I'm going to watch and, you know, just to see what you come out with. Did he solve the mystery? No. But that was his claim. But we have got to make sure as leaders and teachers, because again, that goes into that, but thy heart is full of deceit. By putting that title that the mystery is solved of when Christ is coming back, are you being honest or are you being deceitful? To some people, it may not be a big thing. To him, when their group, when they put that title up for their class, they should have known that they were being deceitful, because if they're saying they're teachers in Israel, they should know that Christ himself, that nobody knows the day or time. So for you to put that title there, you were being deceitful, just straight up. Mystery solved, but thy heart is full of deceit. Exalt not thyself, lest thou fall and bring dishonor upon thy soul, and so God discover thy secrets and cast thee down in the midst of the congregation, because thou camest not in truth to the fear of the Lord, but thy heart is full of deceit. We got to be very, very careful in this truth, in this walk. Let's go to Romans 6 and 12.
The book of Romans, chapter 6 and verse 12. Let not sin therefore reign in your mortal body, that ye should obey it in the lust thereof.
So it says, let not sin therefore reign in your mortal body, that you should obey it in the lust thereof. We should not be allowing sin to control us. And that's unfortunately what we've learned being here captives in America. Everything about this entire system is about keeping people in sin, especially the Israelites, you so-called Blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans. From the time we're children, we're being socialized in the ways of America. And everything that we're being taught is sin. And I know firsthand because I grew up around Esau. I grew up around them. And the things that you see in the movies, when you watch, you know, you go back at the movies of the 80s and watch movies like, let me see, Porky's, Animal House, Fast Times at Ridgemont High. Let me see, Revenge of the Nerds. I could go on and on and on. And you may say, well, how do you know about these movies? How could I not? I grew up around them. So I know the things that they portray in these movies is for real. This is how they live. This is how they conduct themselves. And it is put out there in the movies. And this is what they're teaching us. We're being socialized through their media to walk as they walk, to live as they live, to play as they play. You know what I mean? Everything from the time you go to school to the time you graduate and go off to college, getting in, you know, just getting involved in all of these different diverse lusts. And it's put right there in front of us. And if you're not careful, what ends up happening is sin has got control of you. And you don't even know it because that's how subtle it is. That by the time a person grows up in the society and they become an adult, sin is reigning in their mortal body. Sin has got complete control over you. And people don't even realize it. They don't know it. They don't realize that they've already been marked with the mark of the beast because they're sitting around waiting for a computer chip. I just had to throw it out there. They're waiting for a computer chip, but not realizing you've already been marked with the mark of the beast since the time you were a child. From the time you learned Christmas and Halloween and Thanksgiving and Valentine's Day, started learning your ABCs and 1, 2, 3s, you've already been being indoctrinated to the mark. But some of our people are waiting for the chip. Let them keep waiting because the chip is going to come. It's already here. But that's not the mark of the beast. That's a product of the mark of the beast, a byproduct of it. But that's not the mark itself that the Bible's speaking of. But I don't want to digress. But let not sin, therefore, reign in your mortal body. Does that say, let not the computer chip reign in your mortal body? I'm sorry, I got to keep throwing it out there. I'm sorry. But it doesn't say, let not the computer chip, therefore, reign in your mortal body. It says, let not sin, therefore, reign in your mortal body, that ye should obey it in the lust thereof. That's what this whole battle is about. It's a battle of your mind. We've got to keep saying it over and over and over again. It is a battle for your mind and your spirit. And if you have not exercised yourself, if you've not trained yourself to battle these temptations and lusts, you're going to be in for a rude awakening. You're going to be in for a long, long, long losing battle. Because you're going to continue to obey the lust of your flesh. You're going to continue to give in to sin, and you're going to allow sin to rule you. You are going to be a slave to sin. That's basically what it comes down to. And again, goes back to the milk. What is sin? Because a lot of our people don't know what sin is. Go and ask the majority of the people sitting in these Christian churches, which is the majority of our people that have been being indoctrinated in these lying doctrines. They can't tell you what sin is. That's why we've got to continually go back to the milk. and teach them, reteach them, which is what? The first principles of the oracles of God. You need to be retaught basic things. It needs to be told to you over and over and over again until it becomes second nature. What is sin? Grab 1 John 3 and 4.
The book of 1 John, chapter 3 and verse 4. Whosoever committed sin transgressed also the law, for sin is the transgression of the law.
Sin is the transgression of the law. Sin is the breaking of God's laws. Plain and simple. If you don't exercise your senses to discern good and evil, you're not going to know what's good, and you're not going to know what evil is. And realistically, that's what Esau's system has been real good at, causing confusion. And that's the end game. Cause enough confusion to where people can't tell the difference between what's right and wrong. You have people out there marching and women fighting for abortion right now. What are they really fighting for? They don't even realize that essentially they're out here fighting for the right to kill their babies, to commit murder. And they don't realize that. They have they think it's normal because that's what they've been seeing in American society for the past. When was Roe versus Wade first brought into law? Let me look it up. Hold on. I can't remember. Can't remember if it was the 60s or 70s. It began in 1970. All right. So the Roe versus Wade that has been overturned, it started in 1970. So you're talking about a good 50 years or so, a little more than 50 years that this law has been on the books, and they decided to take it off. And now they got people in an uproar. It was done on purpose. Create this vacuum of confusion. First, you say it's okay for us to get abortions. Now you're taking it away. You've heard us say it before. That's part of the game. You learned this as a little kid. You want somebody to desire something, or you want them to become a part of your clique. You want them to think that your clique is the best clique to be a part of. What do? You exclude them. They see you over there at your clique playing kickball. They see you guys over there playing basketball and football, and they come up and like, can I play? Like, no, you can't play until you come to the point to where you desire to play with them so much that you do what? You conform to be like them, to dress like them, to talk like them, and be one of them. And now you're cool enough to come hang with us. Now you know what? You want to play? Yeah. Okay, come on over. Let him in. You learn that as a kid. Kids learn, and Esau has perfected it. Make them feel excluded so much to the point to where now you are fighting for the privilege to go to school with them. Now you are fighting for the privilege to drink out of the same drinking fountain. Now you are fighting for the privilege just to ride in the front of the bus. That's the game that they've played. And our people fell into it, right into their hands, to where now they've created the perfect slave without chains. And our people cannot see it. They don't want to acknowledge it. But we've got to be careful of that we are fighting a battle for the minds of our people. Let not sin therefore reign in your mortal body. What is sin? The transgression of God's law. And we are being taught to transgress God's law every single day. Romans 6:12 said, let not sin therefore reign in your mortal body, that ye should obey it in the lust thereof. Grab Romans 13:12 through 14. Don't give in to the lust.
The book of Romans chapter 13 and verse 12. The night is far spent, the day is at hand. Let us therefore cast off the works of darkness, and let us put on the armor of light. Let us walk honestly, as in the day, not in rioting and drunkenness, not in chambering and wantonness, not in strife and envying.
Read verse 14.
But put ye on the Lord Jesus Christ, and make not provision for the flesh to fulfill the lust thereof.
But put ye on the Lord Jesus Christ, and make not provision for the flesh to fulfill the lust thereof. You cannot make no provision. In other words, you cannot even give an inch, an inkling. You cannot give any way for those lusts to creep up inside of you. You cannot provide any way for that to happen. He says, the night is far spent, the day is at hand. Let us therefore cast off the works of darkness, and let us put on the armor of light. He tells you what those works of darkness are. Verse 13, let us walk honestly as in the day. Now he names off some of those works of darkness, not in rioting and drunkenness. When you watch some of those movies that I named, what is one of the main themes that they show in some of these movies? You go to high school, you become a jock or whatever the case is. You learn to go to the parties, and in some cases, you learn how to drink at an early age and get drunk and party. What comes with the parties? The girls, the women, which leads to fornication, which leads to other things. Not in rioting and drunkenness. Rioting and drunkenness. Not in chambering and wantonness. What is chambering? I think we broke this down before. Going from wedding chamber to wedding chamber. In other words, you're just going from bed to bed, laying down with woman to woman. That's what they call chambering. That's not what we're supposed to be doing. But when you look at some of those movies that I named that Esau portrays himself, that's how they are. That's what they really do. It's not just in the movies. This is how they really live. And this is what they really push in their school system. And you see it more so if you went to a predominantly Caucasian school like I did for middle school and high school. You saw this stuff. All right. Not in strife and envy, because that's what ends up happening, especially among our people that has to end up growing up in these areas. There's a lot of strife and envying that ends up going on among our own people. All right. So he's telling you what those works of darkness are. But he says, but put ye on the Lord Jesus Christ, and make not provision for the flesh to fulfill the lusts thereof. Forget about all that partying. Forget about all that drinking. Now in today's times, all the weed smoking and other recreational drugs people are doing, whether it's ecstasy, because sometimes those don't get mentioned. The heroin, the cocaine, all of these different drugs that comes along with a lot of the partying that people are doing. And with the partying comes adultery, a lot of sleeping around, going from man to man to man to man to man to man, or woman to woman to woman to woman. In some spots in the Bible, it talks about some of the orgies. A lot of that stuff our people get caught up in. We cannot make any provision for the flesh to fulfill the lust thereof. Now you got to ask yourself, what are these works of the flesh? What is it? Or these lusts of the flesh? The Bible answers the question. The question is, once you know what they are, what are you going to do to cause yourself not to fulfill the lust thereof? What are you going to do to keep yourself from falling into those temptations? Let's go to Galatians 5:19 through 21. What are these works of the flesh that we've got to avoid?
The book of Galatians chapter 5 and verse 19. Now the works of the flesh are manifest, which are these: adultery, fornication, uncleanness, lasciviousness, idolatry, witchcraft, hatred, variance, emulations, wrath, strife, seditions, heresies, envyings, murders, drunkenness, revelings, and such like, of the which I tell you before, as I have also told you in time past, that they which do such things shall not inherit the kingdom of God.
That's what we've got to get through the minds of our people when it comes to dealing with your temptations. When you give into these temptations, when you give into the works of the flesh, when you start walking after the flesh instead of walking after the spirit, you have to understand that the spirit is very clear that they which do such things shall not inherit the kingdom of God. If you're caught up in adultery, fornication, uncleanness, lasciviousness, idolatry, witchcraft, hatred, variance, emulations, wrath, strife, seditions, and heresies, envyings, murders, drunkenness, and revelings. There's two different words. There's revelings and there's revilings. Two different words. This revelings is talking about partying. You know how you see in some of the old movies where they show, like these 15th and 16th century movies where they had the revelings going on. They had the wine, they had the partying, they had the women, they had the jugglers going around juggling and the acrobats and the reveling. Esau still does the same thing today. They come in the forms of festivals. Every city and town, they've got, like their asparagus festival in Stockton. They've got the grape festival in Lodi. They've got this, the strawberry festival in Galt. They've got the, what is the one over there? In the Bay Area. I can't think of the name of it right now. But every city and town, they've got their different festivals that come around at different times of the years. Pumpkin festivals, peach festivals. Every city has their different type of festivals. And then you will have these diversity festivals where, it's like Chinese New Year, Hmong New Year, Filipino something festival. And they have a lot of these in Stockton. They have the Greek festival that happens in Stockton. Now they're starting to have the African American festival in Stockton every year. Mm-hmm. So trying to show this so-called diversity. But what happens at these festivals. All you have to do is take a step back and watch and see that what's going on in these festivals, people walking around with alcohol in their hands, a bunch of drunk men and women walking around lusting after each other. The women, especially during the summertime, look at how they're dressed. Look at the lust in the eyes of the men. And you can see it leads to adultery, it leads to fornication, it leads to uncleanness, it leads to lasciviousness, a lot of idolatry, and a lot of it is witchcraft. Because you go to some of these festivals and you'll see different types of booths of, come and get your palm read. Psychic booth, come up to the psychic booth. All kinds of different stuff. Witchcraft. All right. You see a lot of drunkenness. You see a lot of reveling going on in these festivals. That's this system that has been put in place to teach you and keep you going after the works of the flesh or lusting after your flesh. And it starts as a child in this system. So what should we do? Let's go to James 4:7. That should be the next question. What should we do then?
The book of James, chapter 4 and verse 7. Submit yourselves, therefore, to God. Resist the evil, and he will flee from you.
Actually, it says, resist the devil, and he will flee from you. It says, submit yourselves, therefore, to God. Resist the devil, and he will flee from you. What should you do? He makes it plain and clear. Submit yourselves, therefore, to God. That's one of the biggest problems with our people is that our people have not submitted themselves. In fact, grab that as that Romans 10, that 10 and 1 through 3. Let me go there real quick. Why am I not finding it? Oh, no wonder. In the Old Testament. Romans 10. Romans 10 and 1 through 3.
The book of Romans, chapter 10 and verse 1. Brethren, my heart desire and prayer to God for Israel is that they might be saved. For I bear them record that they have a zeal of God, but not according to knowledge.
But they have a zeal of God, but not according to knowledge. You see that a lot in the Israelite community. There's a lot of our brothers that are teaching that have a zeal. They're teaching daily. They're out there putting in work on the streets. They have the zeal of God, but not according to knowledge. Go ahead.
For they, being ignorant of God's righteousness and going about to establish their own righteousness, have not submitted themselves unto the righteousness of God.
Have not submitted themselves unto the righteousness of God. They haven't submitted themselves. So when you go back to James 4 and 7, it says, submit yourselves, therefore, to God. It's plain. But a lot of our people haven't done it. And why haven't they done it? Because they are ignorant of God's righteousness. They've come about and established their own righteousness. And that's where you see a lot of these diverse doctrines that you see people teaching that are leading people astray. You see a lot of it. All right. I'm sorry. Somehow my mic would mute it. Could you hear that last part I said?
Yes.
So James 4 and 7, submit yourselves therefore to God, resist the devil and he will flee from you. So it's plain and clear. All right. Let's go to Sirach 19 and 5.
The book of Sirach, chapter 19 and verse 5. Whoso taketh pleasure in wickedness shall be condemned, but But he that resisted pleasure crowneth his life.
Whoso taketh pleasure in wickedness shall be condemned, but he that resisteth pleasures crowneth his life. So some of these are pretty straightforward. No need to really even say anything. Just let the scripture speak. Let's go to Proverbs 21:17.
Verse 17. The book of Proverbs, chapter 21 and verse 17. He that loveth pleasure shall be a poor man. He that loveth wine and oil shall not be rich.
He that loveth pleasure shall be a poor man. You want to love pleasure? What are some of those pleasures? You're going to be spending your money. If it's alcohol, you're going to be spending all your money on that alcohol. You're going to be end up poor. You're going to end up broke. If it's weed, other drugs, you're going to spend. And it's crazy when you hear about some of these celebrities when they say that how much money they are spending on drugs on a daily basis for their drug habits. And you read about some of these people spending $1,000, $5,000 a day in a week and stuff like that on drugs. It's crazy. And then you hear about them having to do what? Go in and file for bankruptcy because they've end up, making themselves go broke. But it's crazy the amount of money people are spending on their pleasures. That is basically killing them. So whether it's alcohol or drugs or women, a lot of our men spend a lot of their money chasing after women. Going out on dates. And it sounds like today that's what that if you're not doing that, you're not really living the dating life. How much does it cost for a man to take a woman on a date nowadays? You hear some of these, some talk $200 and $300 just to go on one date. And that's what a lot of these women are expecting now. That if a man takes me out on a date, he better be spending, at least $150 to $200. Like, that's crazy. And then just to find out that the woman don't even like you. She just wanted a free meal. Right. Now, I feel bad for these dudes having a date in today's times. It's crazy trying to find a woman. It's sad and crazy what they're having to go through. But a lot of them are spending all their money because just think about that. Just say even $100 a date. And you hear about some of these people, you watch some of these videos that, they say, oh, how many dates are you going out on a month? Oh, at least 5 to 10. Think about that. You go out on 5 dates a month. That's $500 you're spending a month just going out on dates. That's crazy. But when you're giving into that lust, you don't think about that. You really don't. But only afterwards, you know what I mean? When they look back, on life later on, they're like, man, I was spending so much money going out on these dates. What was I thinking? But by that time, it's too late. You've already spent all the money. All right. But it says, he that loveth pleasure shall be a poor man. So if you love pleasure, you love drinking, you love being out there in the, in the midst of things, you're going to end up going broke. Let's go to 1 Timothy 6 and 9 through 10.
The book of 1 Timothy chapter 6 and verse 9. But they that will be rich fall into temptation and a snare, and into many foolish and hurtful lusts, which drown men in destruction and perdition. For the love of money is the root of all evil, which while the root of all evil, verse 10. For the love of money is the root of all evil, which while some covet after, they have erred from the faith and pierce themselves through with many sorrows.
Because that's another thing that you see going on in the world today. That it's all about getting money, get money, get money. A lot of the women nowadays say that they won't even marry a man if he makes less than $150,000 a year. It's crazy to see the amount of covetousness that's going on in society nowadays. But it says, but they that will be rich fall into temptation and a snare, because these men that are chasing after these women, these are snares and traps. They don't really love the men. It's the money and the chase that they love. They call them the high value man now. A man is not measured by the content of his character and his spirit anymore. Not that it ever was here in America, but if there was any small inkling at one point of it. But a man is not measured by his actions, measured by his convictions. A man is now measured by the amount of money in his pocket, the kind of home he lives, and the kind of car he drives. That's basically what it comes down to. In fact, hold on. You know what? Hold on. I didn't think I was going to use any videos today, but let me, you watch some of these videos and see. Let me see. I'm going to find one that's not too long. Just give me a second. Trying to find one that's not too, I don't know what the word would be, raunchy, I guess, because some of these
Right.
are just.
That's a good word.
And it's sad. There's so many of them. It's crazy. You know what? There's way too many. Let me go back up. Just find one. There's like way too many. And see that's what I wanted. Some of these you can't tell if they're real. Some of them you can see that they're real. You know what? This one looks like it's not too bad. Let me do this. Let me pause. Let me share my screen. All right. But it is sad that this is what it's come down to. You know what I mean? That these young guys gotta, and it's been like that for a while now, but it's just more blatant and just a different level now. That man's no longer judged by, like I said, by his actions or or his character anymore at all. And then there's so many ads.
Right. There's still no audio on it.
There's still no audio.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, see, I keep trying to figure out what is going on with this thing that the audio. It's like did Facebook turn it off or something or what? I mean, not Facebook, YouTube.
Right.
Let me see, because it's showing all the speakers, everything is on. Let me try that. I've turned it all the way up. How's
No.
that?
Mm-mm.
Still nothing?
No.
That's crazy. See, I'm wondering did YouTube do something to where, let me see, mute, unmute, it's all the way up. That's crazy. I don't understand why this is happening. Well, we never had a problem with it before, and then now all of a sudden, let me see settings. Um, ah, man, I don't know what's wrong with this thing. Well, I guess I'll have to narrate it through again. Obviously, so you see the girl he's going up and talking. She's looking at the way he's dressed. He's holding a bag of chips. So he's not worth her time. So he's just, trying to carry casual conversation. He's asking if she got a boy. Yes. See, right now, like you over here asking my name, giving me compliments, and all this, so he's not worth the time. Now, mind you, she just said she's got a boy. He just asked her, "Do you have a ring?" Said no, he hasn't proposed or anything. Said he's at home right now. Yeah, where's he at? At home. So now he's messing around. Hey, can I help you pump your gas? So she says no. He says okay. It was nice to meet you. He's walking away. She's already he wasn't worth her time, but now he's going over to the vet. Now she see him getting in the C8. Now it's like, wait a minute, hold on. Now she going back over to it. Now she's like, I like your car. Like, when did you get it? Can I touch it? He said, how did you see it? Like, oh, I just peeped it. So he wasn't worth their time a second ago, and he was just a nigga walking up with some chips in his hand. Let me stop it. I'll just stop it right there. He wasn't worth their time. He was just a nigga with some chips in his hand. But then when she turned around and saw him getting in the C8 Corvette, it's like, oh, wait a minute. Now she's running after him. That's today's woman. That's what these young men have to deal with now. That, you know, in order to get the woman, you've got to do anything and everything you can to have money. So that's where it says, but they that will be rich fall into temptation and a snare. These women have become a snare to these young men. They've become a trap to where it's so bad to where some of these women are glorying in the fact that they will do anything and say anything to trap one of these athletes, to trap one of these singers or rappers into getting pregnant and having a kid so that they could be stuck to this guy for 18 years getting money. No shame in the game whatsoever. But these young men nowadays, just so they could get these women, will find themselves willing to do anything and everything they can in order to make money. They don't care what it is, anything. It says, but they that will be rich fall into temptation and a snare and into many foolish and hurtful lusts, which drown men in destruction and perdition. For the love of money is the root of all evil, which while some coveted after, they have erred from the faith and pierced themselves through with many sorrows. A lot of people err from the faith because they're chasing money. Hence what we talked about earlier. A lot of these leaders in Israel that are begging people for money.
Right.
How many times have we seen it and we're still seeing it? A camp starts asking for money because they have an agenda. You know, they want to get a new building. They want to, grow. They want to, whatever it is. They want to travel, whatever it is. It starts out innocent. The money starts flowing in, and then somebody suddenly gets busted for stealing. They were taking money from the congregation, whether it be the leader of the camp or it be, somebody that's over the money. You're seeing these things play out over and over and over again. And you still see people come from camps coming up asking for money, coveting after money. And it never leads to anything good. No matter how innocent you come out and say, well, support the truth, support our camp, support our group, you hear them say the same thing. You will see where your money's going. We're going to be upfront with you. We're going to show you the fruits of the labor. We're going to show it to you. We're going to be upfront with it. Don't we hear the same thing over and over and over again? But then the same thing happens over and over and over and over again. You sit back and like, where's the money go? Where's the money? Where is this building you said you were going to buy? Where is this land you said you were going to purchase? Where is this school you said you were going to purchase? You see the same thing happening. And then somebody somewhere is ended up being blasted because they stole money from the congregation. Stop begging for money, man. Stop doing it. Our people have been dealing with this for far too long. We need to just push this truth out, band together as we're supposed to, and wake our people up and teach them the truth. Stop selling the truth. We're not doing that here. Oh, you know what? This is only half the class. If you want the rest of the class, you got to go sign up on Patreon to get the rest of the class so we can finish teaching you how to deal with your temptation. That's the kind of foolishness we're seeing. It's crazy. But guess what? How many of our people are going over to Patreon and paying the money to watch the rest of these classes? Or signing up, well, we're not going to teach you that here. We're going to teach you that in the, what is it called? I'm just going to straight out say it, the Hebrew Bible Academy. Hebrew Bible Academy is starting next week. Sign up today. You won't get that here, but you'll get this in the Hebrew Bible Academy. $150 for a 3-week session, 6-week session, however long it is. Stop playing, man. Stop using our people for money, for financial gain. We're going to give it to you for free. You want to save yourself some money? Just watch. It takes nothing but click and sit there, watch and take some notes and learn. I've even hearing people just last week. One particular guy that, I've watched sometimes on Sabbath morning that always would say, you know what, man, I ain't taking your money. I don't want your money. Now, all of a sudden, just last week was like, you know what, since some of you guys keep asking about it, trying to put it off on the people. Well, since you keep asking, I keep getting emails and instant messages of people asking how they can donate. I'm just going to go ahead and let you guys go ahead and donate then. It was like, not another one, man. I don't want to be that person. I'm saying, I don't want your money. He's saying he don't want your money. We're not going to deviate from it. We're not going to change it. I'm not going to do it. And if I do it, you've got me on video right now that you can go and play. He's a hypocrite because he said that he was never going to ask for money. I am not going to do it. I'm going to stick to my conviction. It irks me. That's one of my pet peeves about religion. I can't stand these people out there begging for money to teach this Bible. That's just me. I cannot stand it. That's just me. Been seeing it all my life, and I'm tired of it. And all they teach you is lies anyway. And you end up finding out that there's nothing but corruption going on around them. So it is what it is. You're not going to get it from us. Not going to change. So, and anybody that knows me, they know that when I stand on my convictions, I stand on my convictions. That's just me. People that have known me for the past 20, 30, 40 years, I'll be 50 in a few months. What is this? This is May, June, 3 months. Man, I'll be 50. And people that have known me my whole life know that when I stand on something, I stand on it. I don't deviate. So when I'm sitting here telling you, I'm not going to ask you for no money. You can take that to the bank. I'm not going to change it. I'm not going to ask you for a dime. If there's ever a time for me to use that H word, I hate it. I hate seeing people begging for money to teach this truth. I don't know what it is. It's just me. There's just something about it that just... you understand?
Right.
So some people, they're going to use the scriptures. Money solves all things. Not going to go there. All right. But let's get back to temptation though, because that's what's happening. They're seeing the growth in their schools and in their camps, and that temptation's hitting them like, man, we just ask for a little bit more money, we can do this, and we can really grow and get more people in here and really be making that bacon. That's that temptation talking to them, and they don't realize it. They don't see it. They're being tested right now. God's sitting up there saying, what you gonna do? I've given you a little bit of taste of that power, giving you a little bit of taste of what's the word I'm looking for? You've grown. You're seeing the fruits of your work. Now, what are you going to do? And you keep seeing it over and over and over again. They start asking for money. And then the camp split because they start fighting over what? They start fighting over money. In fact, the dudes asking for the money is a camp that just broke away from another camp because that camp split because of money. I didn't even think about that last night. Now that I think about it, their camp started because they broke away from another camp because that camp split because they were having a fight over money. So that's the last thing you should be trying to get involved with, is asking people for money. But that's just me. I'm just going to sit back and see what they do with it, see what happens. But looking at the track record, I can almost guarantee you that the same thing is going to happen. At some point, they're going to have people fighting over power, fighting over money. Somebody's going to end up stealing money. Money's going to be disappearing. It's the same story over and over and over again. But a lot of our people, they come into the truth and they're like, you know what? There's dealing with stuff and they feel like, why am I the only one that's dealing with this? Why does it seem like I'm the only person that's going through stuff? And they get down on themselves. And they get, sometimes you call it a rut. You're feeling the blues. That's what they used to call it back in the day. But the Most High has something for you for that too. Actually, we did 1 Timothy 6, did we?
Yes.
Read verse 11.
1 Timothy?
No. Yeah, 1 Timothy. No. Yeah, read verse 11. Read verse 11.
Verse 11, 1 Timothy chapter 6 and verse 11. But thou, O man of God, flee these things and follow after righteousness, godliness, faith, love, patience, and meekness.
See how it's telling us the same thing again? He says, but thou, O man of God, flee these things. What's it talking about? 1 Timothy 6 and 9 through 10. But they that will be rich fall into temptation and a snare, and into many foolish and hurtful lusts, which drown men in destruction and perdition. For the love of money is the root of all evil, which while some coveted after, they have erred from the faith and pierced themselves through in many sorrows. Verse 11 says, but thou, O man of God, flee these things. Flee what? The love of money. Flee what? That covetousness, having that covetous spirit about you. Flee what? Flee from sin. Flee that thing. Leave it alone. Don't even deal with it. Don't even put yourself in the position to be tempted by it. Think about that. You take somebody that's been broke their whole life and you put $80,000 in their hands, and what are they going to do? What are they going to do? Think about it. You put that kind of money into the hands of the wrong person, and not so good things are going to happen. It's just a given. So he said, flee these things and follow after righteousness, godliness, faith, love, patience, meekness. We're hearing these words over and over again: righteousness, godliness, faith, love, patience, meekness. Grab James 1 and 12 through 15.
The book of James, chapter 1 and verse 12. Blessed is the man that endureth temptation, for when he is tried, he shall receive the crown of life, which the Lord hath promised to them that love him.
So he says, blessed is the man that endureth temptation. When you're able to endure these temptations, these trials that you're going to go through, the Most High says you're blessed. Read on.
Let no man say when he is tempted, I am tempted of God, for God cannot be tempted with evil, neither tempteth he any man.
And that's why I corrected myself earlier in a way, because when I was saying God's go test you, I wasn't saying the Most High himself. He's going to let Satan do it, because the Most High himself, he can't do it. He won't tempt you himself. That's what I was getting at with that earlier in the lesson when I was stating that. I knew this was going to come up later in the lesson so that nobody can try and say, well, he was saying God's go tempt you. When the scripture says, no, that's not. I was saying he's going to allow you to go through trials. He's going to put you through those trials, but he himself isn't going to come and tempt you. He's going to let the tempter come and do that. But in the main thing, the person that's tempting you is you yourself. Let no man say when he is tempted, I am tempted of God, for God cannot be tempted with evil, neither tempted he any man. He's not going to do it. But what? Read verse 14.
But every man is tempted when he is drawn away of his own lust and enticed.
But every man is tempted when he is drawn away of his own lust and enticed. Read.
Then, when lust hath conceived, it bringeth forth sin, and sin, when it is finished, bringeth forth death.
It brings forth death, because what is the wages of sin? The wages of sin is death. You want to dibble and dabble in sin? You better be prepared to die. Simple as that. And you've heard us say it before. Here, hold on, let me open up my Gatorade. I don't know why I'm about to get dry, right? But a lot of our people, they want to dibble and dabble in sin. And it doesn't take a genius to open your eyes and see what is going on today. The Most High has taken a lot of people out of the way that have been caught up in sins that they've been committing their entire lives. Even in my family, I've seen a lot of people die over the past few years that were caught up doing all kinds of different sins, and it's caught up to them. And you're seeing that happen all over the world. Drug addicts that have been using drugs their whole lives, all of a sudden they're getting out one bad batch of dope that's got fentanyl in it, taking them out. Now they've got the what do they call it? What do they call them? The Walking Dead. What do they call them? The zombie drug that's out there now. That's tearing people up, tearing their flesh off and stuff like that. It's crazy. People are not opening their eyes to see that the Most High is taking a lot of people out of the way. A lot of people are dying, and they're dying due to their what? Due to their sins. That's just what it is. It says, but every man is tempted when he is drawn away of his own lust and enticed. And then when lust hath conceived, it bringeth forth sin, and sin, when it is finished, bringeth forth death. It's plain and simple. Let's go to 1 Corinthians 10 and 13.
The book of 1 Corinthians, chapter 10 and verse 13. There had no temptation taking you, but such as is common to man. But God is faithful, who will not suffer you to be tempted above that ye are able, but will the temptation also make a way to escape, that ye may be able to bear it.
And this is heavy right here. This is a precept that a lot of our people need to know. That's not really talked about much. Because a lot of you look at our people, a lot of our people are going through it. We as a people are going through it. But because of lack of communication among our people and pride, our people could be going through stuff and you never know it because they won't talk about it. It's taboo to talk about certain things that you may be battling or going through. You see, with the other nations, they're quick to, like something's bothering them. They're quick to go, go see a psychologist, psychiatrist, whatever you want to call it, and go see a therapist and sit down in front of the therapist and tell the therapist all their problems. And, the therapist will walk them through and, I'll help you deal with your struggles. But with our people, we don't do that. There's this stigma among our community about dealing with issues that ail our community and talking about it. Things are it's better hid than talked about, which is not right, because we have a lot of people that have grown up in America that have had to deal with things growing up in their childhood that they haven't dealt with. And because they've been taught that you better not talk about it, it never gets dealt with. And so they're living at an island feeling like, why am I the only one dealing with this? Why me? But the scripture says there have no temptation taken you, but such as common to man. Because they may feel like, why am I the only one dealing with this? Why am I the only one battling with this? Why am I the only one being tempted with this? I don't see nobody else having to deal with this. But the Lord's telling you, you're not the only one. You're not living on an island. You're not alone. There is no temptation that you're dealing with that is just you're the only one privy to it. There have no temptation taken you, but such as is common to man. All the temptation that our people are dealing with is common among our people. But God is faithful, who will not suffer you to be tempted above that you are able. He's not going to allow you to be tempted by something that you can't deal with. He's always going to make it be something to the point to where you're strong enough to deal with it and battle it. He says, but will with the temptation also make a way to escape, that you may be able to bear it. Think about that. In fact, what is that movie? They turned the movie into a TV show. It is like a short series that's on right now. What was that movie called with Michael Douglas? It was a crazy lady that he had an affair with, and she just went crazy on him. Oh my gosh, I can't think of the name. Hold on, let me look it up. Oh, Fatal Attraction. It just popped in my head. Fatal Attraction. So they have a new, show that's out right now with the guy that played in Dawson's Creek. He was one of the actors that played in Dawson's Creek that plays in the show. It's like a little mini series where, he was messing around with a woman from work, cheating on his wife, what have you. But in the scene, what happens is they were hanging out, which is a no-no. You know what I mean? That's one of my pet peeves. People that are supposed to be working, and then after work they're going, the man's going out to lunch and having drinks after work with the female and things like that, and he knows he's married. She may be married, In this instance, in the show, she's not married, but he is. He's got a daughter at home, just like in the movie with Michael Douglas. Um, so what happens is they're hanging out. Something happens. They get wet or something like that. Their clothes are all drenched, so they go back to her apartment in order to dry his clothes. So after his clothes are dry, here he is walking around in his underwear and stuff like that. The temptation is there. He's doing the right thing. He gets dressed, kind of, it's you could see the awkwardness. You could see the awkward goodbye because you can see that they're both tempted. He walks out the door and he walks to the elevator. As soon as the elevator door opens, ching, she walks out her front door and looks at him. You know how Esau always got to make it dramatic. The camera shoots in at his eyes and he turns around and he's like, she looks at him, he looks at her. And you can see it. He turns around and he walks back towards her. And then, you can imagine what happens after that. He gives into the temptation. They portray it in the movies. The lust is there. The temptation is there. The Most High makes a way to escape. All he had to do was get on the elevator. All he had to do, he heard the door open. He didn't have to turn around. He didn't have to look at her. All he had to do was step onto the elevator, turn around, push the button, let the elevator close, take him down to that first floor, walk out, get in his car, and go home to his wife. Again, how many of our people find themselves in those kind of situations in real life? The temptation is there, but the Most High makes a way to escape. Makes a way to escape. Now, it's up to you. Are you going to fall away? Are you going to be that Israelite that falls away? Or are you going to be the one that's going to uphold your convictions and walk away? Because you always have that escape. The Most High always makes a way to escape. You're a gangster. You hate that dude. You want to get some get back on them because they killed one of your boys. You jump in your car with your homies. You're driving around. You're looking for them. And then all of a sudden you hear that voice in your head. It's like, you know what, man, we've been driving around all night looking for them. Why, you know what, let's just go home. Actually, a good example of that is in the movie Boys in the Hood. So if you've watched the movie Boys in the Hood back in the day, remember when Trey got into the car with Ice Cube and the boys, with Doughboy in them, and they went looking after the dudes that shot Ricky. They were driving around. Trey heard the voice speak. He heard his father's voice. He had like, you know what, man, you know what? Pull over. And they're like, what? Like, pull over. Let me out. It takes strength. It took a lot of strength for him to be like, you know what, man, pull over. Let me out. Because they could have very easily been like, man, you being a punk. You ain't going to go through with it. Which is contrary to what happened in Menace to Society when it was like the same scene. You had what was his name? O-Dog. And the other guy. And he was driving around and he was like, you know what, man, forget this, man. Let's go get something to eat. And he was like, I can't remember exactly how it went. We were like, these fools blasted your cousin right in front of you. And you go let that ride? You go let that ride? If you've seen the movie, you know what I'm talking about. Like, I ain't gonna let that ride. So in other words, you go be a punk and punk out? Like, no, man, we ain't punking out. So he gave in. You know what? You're right. So they went and they took care of it. But in the movie Boys in the Hood, they were given a way out. They let Trey out the car. Trey got out. It's like, you know what? I'm not going to do this. They kept driving around in the car, looking for him. And right when they was like, you know what, man, forget this. It's cold out here, man. We ain't found them. Let's just go home. Let's go get something to eat. And lo and behold, they're sitting at the light, and they look, they're like, you know what? There they go, right there. Now you got a choice to make. You see them? Are you gonna go get them? Or are you going to do what you guys just said? You guys just said, you know what, forget it. Let's go get something to eat. Let's go home, man. It's cold. The Most High gives you a way out. Now, I'm talking about a movie, but the movie is only portraying, some of the things that happen in real life with our people. Are you going to go pull that trigger, or are you going to turn around and you're going to just go home and let these men live and not let yourself get thrown in jail and catch a case? In the movie, what did they do? They hit the gas, drove by, took out the AK, and started spraying. It is what it is, but, life imitates art, art imitates life. That's how it is with our people. But the reality is, when it comes to making choices, making decisions, our people are bad at it. When it comes to dealing with temptation. In fact, let's grab that in that Proverbs 2 and I want to say Proverbs 2 and 10. Let me look real quick. Yep. 2 and 10 through 15. 2 and 10 through 15.
The book of Proverbs chapter 2 and verse 10. When wisdom entereth into thy heart, and knowledge is pleasant unto thy soul, discretion shall preserve thee, understanding shall keep thee.
That's the biggest problem with our people, is our people, when it comes to dealing with temptations, they lack discretion. Our people lack discretion. They lack the ability to make sound decisions. Because that's what discretion is. Having the ability to make wise or sound decisions. Go ahead and read.
To deliver thee from the way of the evil man, from the man that speaketh forward things, who leave the path of uprightness to walk in the way of darkness, who rejoiceth to do evil and delight in the forwardness of the wicked, whose ways are crooked and they forward in their paths.
Is that it?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Grab Proverbs 3 and 21.
Proverbs 3 and verse 21. My son, let not them depart from thine eyes. Keep sound wisdom and discretion.
Okay, so again, there's that word. Go to Proverbs 5 and 2. Actually, start 5 and 1 through 2.
The book of Proverbs chapter 5 and verse 1. My son, attend unto wisdom and bow thine ear to my understanding. My son, attend unto my wisdom and bow thine ear to my understanding, that thou mayest regard discretion and that thy lips may keep knowledge.
So discretion is one of those things that our people lack when it comes to dealing with temptation. You've got that devil in your ear telling you to do it, do it, do it, do it, do it. And for whatever reason, that urge, remember we got the definition earlier what temptation is. One of those synonyms was urge. You have this urge to act out, to do something. And our people lack the discretion to make a wise decision to say, you know what? I'm not going to give in to this urge. I'm not going to cuss him out. No, I'm not going to punch him. No, I'm not going to slap him. No, I'm not going to shoot him. No, you know what I mean? Because it gets more and more extreme with our people. But they lack the ability to make wise decisions. And that's why we've got to talk about these things. That's why we've got to bring these lessons out in order to teach our people discretion, to teach them how to deal with their temptations when they come upon them. Let's go to Luke 8:13.
The book of Luke, chapter 8 and verse 13. They on the rock are they which, when they hear, receive the word with joy, and these have no root, which for a while believe, and in time of temptation fall away.
This goes to what we were talking about at the beginning of the lesson. Some of these Israelites that we see that fall out of these Israelite groups or camps or churches, and even the Christian church, but mainly here in the Israelite community, this is an explanation or an example of that kind of Israelite. Those are the ones that are on the rock, which when they hear the truth, they receive it with joy. You know, they're joyful, they're in it, they're, you know, they immediately join a camp, they're going hard. But he says, and these have no root, which for a while believe. So it could be 5 months, 6 months, a year. Sometimes you hear, how long were you in the camp? I was in the camp for 2 years. How long were you in the camp? I was in the camp for 3 years. And then all of a sudden you ask yourself, well, what happened? All of a sudden for you to go from running hard in the truth for a couple of years, and then all of a sudden you're on YouTube making a video talking all kinds of craziness about the Israelite community. Now you don't believe anymore. And you can hear it in some of the things that they say. Well, they say we got to wear fringes. Well, they say that women can't wear pants anymore. Well, they say that only the Blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans are going to get saved. Well, they say, talking about the leaders in the camp or what have you, and completely ignoring the fact that it's actually the Bible that says it. So who are they, these Israelites that you see that fall out the truth? Luke 8 and 13 is describing them. This is a perfect description of who they are. They on the rock are they which, when they hear, receive the word with joy, and these have no root, which for a while believe, and in time of temptation fall away. And you see it over and over and over and over and over and over again. They fall away. And next thing you know, they're right back into the world. Right back in the world. And it's a sad thing, because that's a soul that could have been saved. Could have. In some cases. If they had been taught how to deal with their lust, how to deal with their temptations. Let's go to 1 Peter 1 and 6 through 7.
The book of 1 Peter, chapter 1 and verse 6. Wherein ye greatly rejoice, though now for a season, if need be, ye are in heaviness through manifold temptation, that the trial of your faith, being much more precious than of gold that perisheth, though it be tried with fire, might be found unto praise and honor and glory at the appearing of Jesus Christ.
This is heavy. He says, wherein ye greatly rejoice, though now for a season, if need be, ye are in heaviness through manifold temptations. And that's what I spoke of earlier, that you see a lot of our people, they go through some of these temptations. They think they're the only ones going through. So they're really in heaviness. They're in sorrow. They're, like I explained it earlier, they're down in the dumps. They're just going through it. And you can see it in their manners. You can see it and you can hear it in their speech. You can see it in their eyes. You can see it in their body language that they're just unhappy. They're just going through it. He says, ye are in heaviness through manifold temptations. Verse 7, that the trial of your faith being much more precious than of gold that perisheth. When you go through these trials that are put before you, these trials are more precious than anything, because remember what we read earlier. Going through these trials teaches you patience. It says that the trial of your faith being much more precious than of gold that perisheth, though it be tried with fire. And that's what the scriptures do. We're being compared to gold that's tried in a fire. That gold is melted down to its purity. So as the gold melts, the pure gold is collected in the middle, and all that bad stuff is cast off into the sides. It's cast away. It's separated. And that's what we need to do when we're going through these trials. We got to be as that gold that's tried in a fire. That as that gold melts and it becomes more pure, and all the bad elements get separated from the pure gold. That's what we got to do with our soul. That's what we got to do with ourselves. That as we're tried in the fire, we got to become more pure. And you may ask, what is pure? Grab that Psalms 19:8. What is pure?
The book of Psalms, chapter 19 and verse 8. The statutes of the Lord are right, rejoicing the heart. The commandments of the Lord is pure, enlightening the eyes.
The commandments of the Lord are what?
Are right. I mean, the commandments of the Lord is pure. Sorry.
Read it again. All the commandments of the Lord are what?
The commandments of the Lord is pure.
The commandments of the Lord is pure. The commandments of the Lord is pure. So when that pure gold, you got to be like that pure gold. That as it's melted, when you're going through your trials, you're keeping the commandments. And all that old stuff, that those bad elements, that bad element of your personality, of your person, of your being, is cast away. Just like the bad elements of the gold is cast away. It's melted out. That's what we got to do. Grab Titus 1:15. I know I'm adding a whole bunch of precepts to the lesson. I know you're looking at the lesson like it's not in the lesson, it's popping up in my head. You know how that happens sometimes.
All right. Titus 1:15.
Yeah.
The book of Titus, chapter 1 and verse 15. Unto the pure all things are pure, but unto them that are defiled and unbelieving is no thing pure, but even their mind and conscience is defiled.
But even their mind and conscience is defiled. So to somebody that's keeping the commandments, that's pure. They've been tried in the fire. They've been tried. They've been melted like that gold. And they've come out on top. They've come out pure because they resisted the temptations. Unto the pure, all things are pure. So to that person that's keeping the commandments, everything is pure to them. But he says, but unto them that are defiled and unbelieving is nothing pure. And that's the case with a lot of our people that are quickly given in to their temptations. Quickly given in. Nothing is pure to them. They can't even imagine being pure. In fact, being somebody that's of a pure mind is scoffed upon in our communities. You're looked at as a sellout. You're looked at as a square. But even their mind and conscience is defiled. That's that's your mind. You've got to get rid of all of those impurities that are defiling your mind, that is defiling your conscience, so that you could be as that pure gold. If you can understand that. Again, that the trial of your faith, being much more precious than of gold that perisheth, though it be tried with fire, might be found unto praise and honor and glory at the appearing of Jesus Christ. Let's go to 2 Peter 2 and 9.
The book of 2 Peter chapter 2 and verse 9. The Lord knoweth how to deliver the godly out of temptation, and to reserve the unjust unto the day of judgment to be punished.
The Lord knoweth how to deliver the godly out of temptations. You got to put your trust into the Most High. Stop putting your trust into men, because that's what ends up happening a lot of times with people go into these camps and these groups, is that they put all their trust 100% into the men of their camp and the leadership, and they forget about Christ. And then when these men fall, now your spirit's broken. And then you fall into all kinds of diverse lusts. And then it's easy to blame them. Well, they. But if you put your trust in the Most High knows how to deliver you out of temptations if you're godly. That's why he says the Lord knoweth how to deliver the godly out of temptations, and to reserve the unjust until the day of judgment to be punished. Because he already knows if you're an unjust person, you don't care nothing about being godly. You don't care anything about being righteous. So the only thing reserved for you is punishment on the day of judgment. That's all you're going to get. Let's go to Sirach 33 and 1.
The book of Sirach, chapter 33 and verse 1. There shall no evil happen unto him that feareth the Lord, but in temptation, even again, he will deliver him.
There shall no evil happen unto him that feareth the Lord. If you have fear of the Lord, you don't have to worry about any evil happening to you. But in temptation, even again, he will deliver him. Because remember, again, like I said, if you don't have anything going on, you know what I mean, that you're not even being tempted, you're not being tried, then you better go and take a look in the mirror. He's letting you know, if you're keeping my commandments, you're doing what's pure, you're doing what's right, you're doing what's righteous, you're doing what's just, you're doing what's good. Don't worry about no evil happening to you. But you're still going to go through temptations, though. That's why he says, but in temptation, even again, he will deliver him. So even though no evil's happening to you, you're still going to go through those trials, though. Let's go to 2 Ezra 12 and 47.
The book of 2 Ezra, chapter 12 and verse 47. For the highest had you in remembrance, and the mighty had not forgotten you in temptation.
The mighty hath not forgotten you in temptation. When you're going through it, he's not going to forget about you if you're keeping his commandments. He's got you in remembrance. Let's go to Hebrews 2 and 17 through 18.
The book of Hebrews chapter 2 and verse 17. Wherefore, in all things it behooved him.
Actually started verse 16. I'm sorry. Started 16.
Verse 16. Hebrews chapter 2 and 16. For verily he took not on him the nature of angels, but he took on him the seed of Abraham.
The him is talking about Christ. Go ahead.
Wherefore in all things it behooved him to be made like unto his brethren, that he might be a merciful and faithful high priest in things pertaining to God, to make reconciliation for the sins of the people. For in that he himself had suffered being tempted, he is able to succor them that are tempted.
To succor them that are tempted. So let me go back to verse 17. The wherefore in all things it behooved him to be made like unto his brethren, that he might be a merciful and faithful high priest in things pertaining to God, to make reconciliation for the sins of the people. This is one of those things I was talking about earlier, that you have some of the people that will leave the truth because they've given in to their temptations. And then when they go back into the world, they go back into that Christian mindset, that they can't seem to fathom that Christ only came to save his people. So they will read something like this and go back to believing that this is talking about, see, it says that he made reconciliation for the sins of the people. That means all people. Not understanding, or the understanding has seemed to left them. Maybe their candle's been put out. Their candle of understanding has been put out, that they can no longer understand that the people it's talking about is his people. But all of a sudden they've gone back into the world, and it's like all belief that they had in the truth has just escaped them. And you're listening to them as they're putting out these videos online. You're like, man, what happened? It says, for in that he himself had suffered being tempted, he is able to succor them that are tempted. So Christ, when he was here on earth, went through the same temptations in the flesh that we go through. He had to go through it. He had to know what it was like for his people to go through these things in order for him to fully understand, like, you know what, man, I've been too hard on it. It's not as easy battling in the flesh as it appears to be. Because you remember, he's the God that created us. Some of you don't want to acknowledge that, but that's the absolute truth. Christ is the God that created us, and he's been the one that's been punishing us. So with all the punishment that we've been going through, he had to take a step back. Like, you know what? Go down there and see, how bad it is for them to have to deal with it, how hard it is for them. Let me remind myself what it's like to have to walk in the flesh and deal with these temptations. Not to mention also his father is the one that sent him to do it too. But he had to. Go to Matthew 4:1.
The book of Matthew, chapter 4 and verse 1.
Verse 11. Matthew 4:1 through 11.
1 through 11. The book of Matthew, chapter 4 and verse 1. Then was Jesus led up of the Spirit into the wilderness to be tempted of the devil.
So he was led up to the wilderness to be tempted of the devil, just like Job was tempted of the devil. Job was tempted of Satan. So Christ had to go through the exact same thing. Go ahead.
And when he had fasted 40 days and 40 nights, he was afterward and hungry.
So you got to think, if you have fasted for 40 days and 40 nights, you'll be real hungry. All right, go ahead.
And when the tempter came to him, he said, if thou be the Son of God, command that these stones be made bread.
So this goes back to what I had mentioned earlier, because I mentioned the word tempter earlier in the lesson as I was speaking. The tempter, we know who it is. It's the devil. We know it's Satan. So he's the one that will be allowed to go and tempt you, just like he was allowed to go and tempt Christ, just like he was allowed to go and tempt Job. So when the tempter comes to you and you hear that voice in your head, what are you going to do? That's the question. Christ has given us the example of what we need to use to battle the tempter. What did Christ do? Did Christ give in? Let's hear what Christ did. Go ahead.
Verse 4. But he answered and said, it is written, man shall not live by bread alone, but by every word that proceeded out of the mouth of God.
So now, what did Christ do? Christ answered him with the scriptures. When you have the devil, when you have Satan, you have the tempter coming to you, tempting you. And he's like, you know what, man, go, you see that girl, she's bad. Just go get her. Go take her. You know, forget about your wife. She'll never find out. That's what's going through your mind. How do you battle that? Thou shalt not commit adultery. Thou shalt not commit adultery. Or you see that money sitting there. You got access to that account. And it's going through your mind like, man, just take a look. You know, nobody's going to know, you know, you've been wanting, you know, to buy yourself that new, whatever it is, you know, just not going to miss it. It's $100,000 in that account. They're not going to miss the $200. Just go, you know, just take a little bit. Going through your mind. The devil speaking to you. What should be going through your mind? The scriptures, just like Christ battled the devil with the scriptures. Thou shalt not steal. Thou shalt not steal. Thou shalt not steal. Christ used the word of God to battle the tempter, and then giving us an example of what we should be doing when those temptations come upon us. But because our people are not being trained, their senses are not being exercised in righteousness the way they should be, you're seeing a lot of people give in to their lust or giving into their temptations and falling out of the truth. Go ahead and read on.
Then the devil taketh him up into the holy city and setteth him on a pinnacle of the temple and said unto him, if thou be the Son of God, cast thyself down, for it is written, he shall give his angels charge concerning thee, and in their hands they shall bear thee up, lest any time thou dashest thy foot against a stone. Jesus said unto him, it is written again, thou shalt not tempt the Lord thy God.
So what did Christ answer? It is written again, thou shalt not tempt the Lord thy God. What did he do again? He answered him with the scriptures. Every time Satan came at him, stuck to the word of God. Satan knows the word. Satan knows the scriptures. But Christ was battling him with the scriptures. Like, you know what? You can't tempt me. You're trying to get me to tempt my Father, and the scripture says, thou shalt not tempt the Lord thy God. I'm not going to do it. What if Christ had been like a lot of our people and let pride get the best? And we're like, what, you need me to show you I'm the Son of God? You already know how, you know what it be, Satan. You know what's up, but you want to see, I'll show you then, and throw himself down and be like, Father, send the angels to catch me, and drop down and fall, you know, but he didn't do that. He stayed humble and he just used the scriptures. Go ahead and read.
Again, the devil taketh him up into an exceeding high mountain and showed him all the kingdoms of the world and the glory of them, and said unto him, all these things will I give thee, if thou wilt fall down and worship me.
So now he's like, you know what? I'll give all this to you. You can have all the kingdoms. You can have the kingdoms all the way from Egypt all the way into Mystery Babylon. I'll give it all to you. If you fall down and you worship me. That's all you got to do. Just worship me. Why did he say that? Number one, because everything had been given into his hands. All right. So Satan has control over all of it. And for him to give it to whoever he wants to give it to. But what did Christ say? Go ahead and read.
Then said Jesus unto him, get thee hence, Satan, for it is written, thou shalt worship the Lord thy God, and him only shalt thou serve. Then the devil leaveth him, and behold, angels came and ministered unto him.
So you got to keep that in mind. To fully understand it, let's go to the account in Luke. Go to Luke 4:5-7. To really fully understand what was going on in this situation when he took Christ up and offered him all the kingdoms of the world. Go ahead.
The book of Luke, chapter 4 and verse 5. And the devil, taking him up into a high mountain, showed unto him all the kingdoms of the world in a moment of time.
So all the kingdoms of the world in a moment of time. He showed him all the kingdoms of time, from the first kingdom all the way into the last kingdom. But he showed it to him in one moment of time. And what did he say? Read.
And the devil said unto him, all this power will I give thee, and the glory of them, for that is delivered unto me, and to whosoever I will, I give it.
So he says, and the devil said unto him, all this power will I give thee, and the glory of them, for that is delivered unto me, saying the power, the glory of all these kingdoms has been given into his hands, and to whomsoever I will give it. So to whoever Satan decides he wants to give this power to, it has been put in his hands in order to do it. He's been given complete control over it. And there was a stipulation, though. Read verse 7.
If thou therefore wilt worship me, all shall be thine.
If thou therefore wilt worship me, all shall be thine. So we know what happened. Christ used the scriptures to battle Satan. And in reality, it was futile for Satan to even try and tempt him with that, because kingdom's gonna be Christ anyway. So it's like, it's gonna be mine anyway. So who are you to try and offer it to me, when all I got to do is just sit back and be patient and bide my time? And when my Father says it's time, it's gonna be mine. So enjoy it while you can, Satan. So, but Christ is our example. He had to be tempted, just as we are tempted. So use that as an example when it comes to battling your lust, coming to battle your temptations. All right, let's go to 1 Thessalonians 3:4-5.
The book of 1 Thessalonians, chapter 3 and verse 4. For verily, when we were with you, we told you before that we should suffer tribulation, even as it came to pass, and you know. For this cause, when I could no longer forbear, I sent to know your faith, lest by some means the tempter have tempted you, and our labor be in vain.
So there's that word again, the tempter. Lest by some means the tempter have tempted you. So who is that talking about? The devil, Satan, the tempter. But at the beginnings of the verily, when we were with you, we told you before that we should suffer tribulation, even as it came to pass, and you know. And as people are coming to the truth, we've got to make them aware. Don't think that because you've come into the truth that now all your problems are solved, because that's what a lot of our people seem to think. They seem to think that now that they've come into the truth, they know they're an Israelite, they've joined a camp, they think all their problems are solved already. We got to make it clear to them and let them understand, like, no, this is just the beginning of your sorrows. Now that you've come into this truth, you better prepare yourself. You better prepare your soul for temptation. You better prepare yourself for tribulations, because we are going to suffer them. Let's go to Galatians 6 and 1 through 2.
The book of Galatians chapter 6 and verse 1. Brethren, if a man be overtaken in a fault, ye which are spiritual, restore such an one in the spirit of meekness, considering thyself, lest thou also be tempted. Bear ye one another's burdens, and so fulfill the law of Christ.
So this right here is one of those precepts that tends to get ignored. Brethren, if a man be overtaken in a fault, ye which are spiritual, which you hear a lot of these people say, I'm your spiritual father and all kinds of stuff like that in this truth. But ye which are spiritual, restore such an one in the spirit of what? The spirit of meekness. The spirit of meekness. Do we see that happening in the Israelite community, where somebody, has been overtaken with a fault? You don't see people coming in the spirit of meekness. You see them getting, just chastised, blasted. It says, considering thyself, lest thou also be tempted. So you better be careful. Those of you that are in the judgment seat, that are passing judgment on the causes that are going on in Israel today, you better consider yourself, lest you get tempted too. Because as we read earlier, your secrets are going to get blasted out to the public too at some point. Remember we read that earlier? What was that? Sirach 1 and 30? Isn't that what we read? Or grab it one more time. Sirach 1 and 30. So some of the leaders in Israel need to be real careful about how they go about bringing judgment down when people are overtaken in a fault. Because in most cases, you don't see it being handled in a spirit of meekness. But when you got it, go ahead and read.
The book of Sirach, chapter 1 and verse 30. Exalt not thyself, lest thou fall, and bring dishonor upon thy soul. And so God discover thy secrets, and cast thee down in the midst of the congregation, because thou camest not in truth to the fear of the Lord, but thy heart is full of deceit.
Because thou camest not in truth to the fear of the Lord, but your heart is full of deceit. So leaders, beware, very aware of that. Keep these precepts in mind. Keep them in memory. Going back to Galatians 6 and verse 2, he says, bear you one another's burdens and so fulfill the law of Christ. You don't see that happening a lot. You don't see some of leaders in Israel bearing the burdens of the people around them. A lot of the times you see them using them against them, making fun of them, making jokes about them. And it's sad. Shouldn't be happening. Let's go to Hebrews 4 and 14 through 15.
The book of Hebrews, chapter 4 and verse 14. Seeing then that we have a great high priest that is passed into the heavens, Jesus, the Son of God. Let us
what
hold
is
fast.
Jesus, the Son of God? He is our great high priest.
Mm-hmm.
But you still have people out here calling themselves high priest this, and it's crazy.
Right.
Go ahead, though.
Let us hold fast our profession. For we have not an high priest which cannot be touched with the feeling of our infirmities, but was in all points tempted like us, like as we are, yet without sin.
But was in all points tempted like as we are, yet without sin. Christ came in the flesh. He was tempted just like us, yet he didn't sin. He's our example. We've got to be Christ-like. Isn't that what it means to be a Christian, a follower of Christ, to be Christ-like? That when we fall into these manifold temptations, as the scriptures describe it, that we have enough strength, we have enough endurance, we have enough patience to endure these temptations. Let's go to Sirach 21:2.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 21 and verse 2. Flee from sin as from the face of a serpent. For if thou comest too near it, it will bite thee. The teeth thereof are as the teeth of a lion, slaying the souls of men.
Flee from sin as from the face of a serpent. You need to flee from sin. That means run from it. And a lot of times, unfortunately, the scripture says, you know a fruit by its works. And a lot of the times people come into the truth and they watch different camps, they watch different leaders teaching. And the truth about who that person is right there in front of your face. That you can see that there's a lot of sin going on within that person, their group or their camp or their church. And people will ignore it and go and join anyway, instead of fleeing from it. Because now you still being caught up in sin, put yourself in a position where you're around people that are caught up in sin. And how is that conducive to your growth as an Israelite? It's not going to be. But for whatever reason, again, that goes back to our people having a lack of, making wise decisions. Just following after, you know what I mean, their first inkling or their urges. That lack of discretion, the lack of ability to just make wise choices. Which, if you had, it would help you flee from sin. It says flee from sin as from the face of a serpent. Because if there was you're standing there and all of a sudden a big old, cobra opens up his hood in front of you and is ready to strike, you're going to be running. You're going to flee. You're going to run. You're not going to walk closer to it. Why? It says, flee from sin as from the face of a serpent, for if thou comest too near it, it will bite thee. You've got to think of sin as that serpent. You're not going to walk up and try and pet that serpent on the head and be like, hey, good, don't bite me. You're going to be running. And that's the same analogy he's using for sin, that you need to flee from sin the same way you would run from that snake if that snake just suddenly stood up in front of you, opened up his hood and started hissing at you and showing its teeth. It says the teeth thereof are as the teeth of a lion, a lion, slaying the souls of men. That's what sin does. Sin is like the teeth of a lion. It slays the souls of men. It's just an analogy. So you keep that in mind. Let's go to James 1 and 12.
The book of James, chapter 1 and verse 12. Blessed is the man that endureth temptation, for when he is tried, he shall receive the crown of life, which the Lord hath promised to them that loved him.
It says, blessed is the man that endureth temptation. So if you want to be blessed in this walk, you want to be blessed by the Most High, you have to endure your temptations. You have to endure it. In other words, you can't be given in. We can't afford nowadays, especially because it's getting closer and closer and closer to our salvation. We don't know when it's going to happen. All we know is it's just getting closer. We're waking up. That's the only, the signs that we have is what Christ told us. Go back to Matthew 24. We're seeing the signs. We're hearing we're seeing the wars. We're hearing the rumors of wars. We're seeing that stuff. But we don't know when this is going to happen. We have no idea. No man does. And anybody telling you that they know and they've broken the mystery and all this kind of stuff, they are lying to you. They're telling you a blatant lie. Oh, man. But he says, blessed is the man that endureth temptation, for when he is tried, he shall receive the crown of life, which the Lord hath promised to them that love him. The crown of life is promised to those that love him. What does it mean to love him? What did Christ say? Grab John 14:15.
The book of John, the book of John, chapter 14 and verse 15. If ye love me, keep my commandments.
If ye love me, keep my commandments. If ye love me, keep my commandments. If ye love me, keep my commandments. So what does it mean if you don't keep the commandments? That means you don't love him. Plain and simple. What is love? Let's go to 1 John 5 and 1 through 5.
First John.
Yeah.
Call it again.
1 John 5 and 1 through 3.
The book of First John, chapter 5 and verse 1. Whosoever believeth that Jesus is the Christ is born of God, and everyone that loveth him that begotteth love, that begat.
You gotta read through verse 5.
Through verse 5?
Yeah.
Okay. Starting at verse 1 again. Whosoever believeth that Jesus is the Christ is born of God, and everyone that loveth him that begotteth loveth him also that is begotten of him. By this we know that we love the children of God, when we love God and keep his commandments. For this is the love of God, that we keep his commandments, and his commandments are not grievous. For whatsoever is born of God overcometh the world, and this is the victory that overcometh the world, even our faith. Who is he that overcometh the world, but he that believeth that Jesus is the Son of God?
So what is the love of God? That we keep his commandments. The commandments are not grievous. So Christ said, if you love me, keep my commandments. What commandments should we be keeping? Let's go to Exodus 20 and 1. You're going to read through 17.
The book of Exodus, chapter 20 and verse 1. And God spake all these words, saying, I am the Lord thy God, which have brought thee out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
God said, thou shalt have no other gods before me. Commandment 1. If you want to
Thou,
know more about Commandment 1, we have videos breaking down all 10 commandments. Because this is one of the problems. How could people keep the commandments and resist their temptations if they don't actually know what the commandments mean, especially commandments 1 through 5? Commandment 1, as we said earlier in the lesson, is dealing with spiritual adultery, not spiritual adultery, spiritual idolatry, and idolatry of the heart and the mind. So you have to learn to overcome that, especially if you want to be able to deal with your temptations. Go ahead and read.
thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, or any likeness of anything that is in heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the water under the earth.
So that's the first part of that commandment, not to make any graven images. And unfortunately, in Israel, we love imagery. And some of the leaders in Israel love images and love imagery. And that's why they have no problem with using these images, even though the word of God tells us not to. So even though the word of God says not to make these images, there are some of our brethren in the truth that got rocks in their skulls that will not listen and continue to make images. Verse 5.
Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them, nor serve them, for I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God, visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me.
Because some of them say, these guys don't know what they're talking about. We're not bowing down to these idols. We're not bowing down to these images, worshiping them. For those that are new, may not understand. We've said it before. Go back and watch our breakdowns of the 10 Commandments. They're on our channel. Just to sum it up, there's more than one way to bow in the scriptures. You can bow the knee of your heart to these idols without physically getting down on your knees and bowing to them. But if you want to get full understanding of that, go and watch our lesson on Commandment 2. All right. We're not going to tell you go to Patreon and pay. If you want to learn this, go to Patreon and pay. No, it's free. It's right here on YouTube. Click on it. Click on it and watch it. It's that easy, that simple. We're not paying you no extra, or not paying you, we're not charging you. We're not asking for no money. We're, nothing like that. We want you to get edified. Just go and watch it and learn. Go learn for free. Free. Anytime our people hear free any other time, they're free. It's free. Free. Capital FREE. We don't want your money. Just go watch the lesson and learn and apply it to your life so we can get up out of here. Go ahead and read on.
And showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me and keep my commandments.
Because the love of God was told us all the way back here in Exodus 20:6. What does it mean to love God? Keeping his commandments. Go ahead.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain, for the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain.
The main way that we take the Lord's name in vain, there's two main ones. By forgetting about him, which Israel has done over and over and over again. When we are living fat, we've got everything we want, and we have no need of anything. Our people continuously forget about the Most High. The other way is denying him. Now, there's more than that. Again, go watch our video of Commandment 3. Because in all of this, you're going to, at some point in time, be tempted in some way to break these commandments. And in order for you to battle your temptation, you got to know what the commandments mean. And how, because how would you know that you're breaking commandment 3 if nobody's ever told you the commandment that forgetting about the Most High is breaking commandment 3? You may read about it over and over again in the scriptures. Lest thou forget the Lord thy God. But most people just read through that and look at it as if it's insignificant. When it's not, it's actually very significant. Because if you forget about him, he forget about you. You're not getting the kingdom because you've broken commandment 3. You deny him, you've broken commandment 3. All right, go ahead.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. This is one of the biggest ones with our people because we've been indoctrinated here in America to keep Sunday worship, worshiping on the first day of the week instead of worshiping on the 7th day of the week as we were commanded to. Read.
6 days shalt thou labor and do all thy work. But the 7th day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God. In it thou shalt not do any work, thou, nor thy son, nor thy daughter, thy maiden servant, nor thy maiden servant, nor thy cattle, nor thy stranger that is within thy gates. For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth, the sea, and all that in them is, and rested the 7th day. Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day and hallowed it.
He hallowed it. In other words, he separated it. He made it holy. He made it separate from all the other days. Again, you want to know about keeping the Sabbath. Today is the Sabbath day, the 7th day of the week. Go watch the video for free. Free. Free.
Right.
It's free. We're doing these 3, 4, 5, and 6 hour breakdowns of these topics for you. So you don't have to go pay somebody money to learn this stuff when it's free. All right. But again, the Sabbath day is the 4th commandment, and our people are breaking it left and right. Let's move on. Read on.
Honor thy father and thy mother, that thy days may be long upon the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee.
So the stipulation in order for us to stay on the land was to honor our father and our mother. This is also a twofold commandment. Yes, we're supposed to honor our mothers and fathers upon earth that gave birth to us, but we also need to honor our father and our mother that gave birth to us. Our father being Christ and our mother being Jerusalem, the motherland. You're going to have people that come against that because there are some people that don't want to believe that Christ is God, and they don't want to believe that Christ is our Father when we can prove it out of the scriptures. Our mother is Jerusalem, the motherland. We disrespected both of them. That's why we got kicked out of the land. That's what this commandment has to do with. Dishonoring our father and our mother got us just completely kicked out of the land. We had to discontinue living there. We were thrown out, kicked out, excommunicated, whatever word you want to use, because we disrespected them. Again, if you don't, because I know there's a lot of people that watch camps teach, and they're very adamant Christ is not God, Christ is not our Father. We tend to defer from that. We teach differently because we can prove it through the scriptures. If you want to know how, go watch the video on Commandment 5. It's free. Let me stress that again. Free. Move on.
Verse 13, thou shalt not kill.
Commandment 6, thou shalt not kill. Got to understand that Commandment 6 is dealing with more than just actually physically killing somebody. Just you hating your brother makes you a murderer. And that's per the scriptures. Again, you want to understand that? Go watch the video. We're just giving you a summary. We're summarizing these commandments right now so that you can understand that you need to understand what these commandments mean and how you can break them so that you know how to deal with it when, you know what I mean? If that was your urge when you were in the world, you were a killer or you had a lot of hatred built up in you. If you need to learn how to deal with that temptation, you got to understand the commandment and how you can break it. That's how you're going to keep from breaking it, is knowing how to break it. What do you have to do to break commandment 6? What does it take? You see, just reading it, most people think that it means that you got to be caught with a knife in your hand after stabbing somebody, or you just shot somebody and they died, or you choked them out, or whatever method you used to kill them. No, it goes deeper than that. We break it down for you for free. Let's move on.
Verse 14, thou shalt not commit adultery.
Thou shalt not commit adultery. If you're somebody that was an adulterer in the world and that's your vice, is not being able to stay with one man, one woman, and that temptation comes upon you, you have to really understand what adultery deals with, because adultery deals with a lot. There are a lot of different sexual sins that fall under the category of adultery. Fornication being one of them. And in order to understand that, again, we've got a video on there breaking down Commandment 7 for free. Go ahead.
Thou shalt not steal.
If that's your vice, that's your urge, that's your fault, that's your temptation, is that when you were in the world, you were a thief and you like to steal. How can you resist the temptation if you don't really know what's, exactly what you have to do to break that commandment? Because the physical act of taking something from somebody, it goes beyond that too. It goes beyond that. Again, we've got a video breaking down Commandment 8. Go on.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor. Some of our people, like we said earlier in the lesson, have a lying spirit about them. And that falls under the category of Commandment 9. Dealing with lying, dealing with making false accusations, because there are even a lot of men and women in the so-called Black, Hispanic, and Native American communities that have a lying spirit about them. And they like to make up stories. They like to, sometimes it could just be for clout. Other times it could just be for getting sympathy or empathy. They want attention in some way. And they will make stuff up against somebody or about someone just so they could get that attention. It happens. In fact, I'll give you an example. Look at R. Kelly. Look at what R. Kelly has been going through with his name being defamed and stuff like that, as this big pedophile that, was taking advantage of, of these young girls and stuff like that. And the parents are trying to sue and take him to court and see him thrown under the jail. But how many people have heard the other side of the story and seen the evidence that is now starting to come out about the main girl whose parents have been at the forefront of getting him prosecuted, that now the text messages between the daughter and the mother, while the daughter was there with R. Kelly, is coming out. That it was the mother sitting there guiding her daughter and showing her, telling her daughter and showing her how to seduce him. Telling her, I'll give him a massage. And the daughter's texting back, laugh out loud. You know, I don't think that's going to happen, Mom. And the mom's like, you know what? You better do it. Otherwise, somebody else will. Laugh out loud. You're going to get me a grandkid. I'm going to be the youngest grandmother. Ha, ha, ha. You know, just going back and forth with her daughter. Mind you, the daughter was 17 years old at the time, underage. And the mother is guiding her and telling her what to do to seduce this man. So that she kept telling her, remember, you get that deal, get that record deal. Basically, that's what you're there for. Make sure you get that deal and a wedding ring. Ha, 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 ha. You know, but a lot of people aren't hearing this side of the story. They're not hearing that. But they'll watch the documentaries on Netflix, Surviving R. Kelly, and watch the women on there and the parents crying. And, you know, he was such an evil man and he did this, and this. Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor. That is a heavy topic in Israel among the so-called Blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans. And it's getting a lot of our people. And I'm not saying that he's innocent. I know R. Kelly is far from innocent, but from what I've seen from watching the documentaries, these ladies were some grown women he was messing with that was deciding to stay in his house, knowing that there was a bunch of other women living in the house with them and allowing him to treat them as a bunch of concubines. And they put up with it. Why? Because he was R. Kelly. He was the singer that had a lot of money at the time. He was famous and they wanted to be around him. But now all of a sudden, he's a monster. Go look at the evidence for yourself. Let's move on.
Verse 17, thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house, thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife, nor his manservant, nor his maidservant, nor his ox, nor his ass, nor anything that is in thy neighbor's.
So commandment 10, being covetous. Our people need to be aware of this. Because if you don't, you can find yourself in a lot of trouble. As we read earlier, the love of money is the root to all evil. Like it, just speaking about what happened with R. Kelly right now. Isn't that what got him in trouble? Money and fame? That he basically opened himself up for any and all gold diggers that, you know, wanted to take advantage of him to walk into his life and, you know, and do exactly what these women are doing to him now. He opened himself up to it. And people have a love of material things. That's become their God. These commandments go hand in hand with one another sometimes. Where your heart is where your treasure is where your heart is. And again, like we stated earlier, a person's treasure could be anything. It could be your spouse, it could be your kids, it could be your job, it could be your sport, your club, your church, your pastor, your camp leader, whatever. And a lot of our people will let that rule them. Now, there's nothing wrong with having nice things, but when it comes to the point to where, you know, you're obsessive about it and you're neglecting the law, statutes, and commandments of the Most High, or you're willing to break the law, statutes, and commandments of the Most High in order to get money, in order to get material possessions, or to get a woman, or to get a man, or then you need to be aware of that, because you can't take that stuff with you when you die. Even Christ said it. Grab Luke 12:15. A lot of our people need to understand this, that all of this goes hand in hand. Christ himself warned us about breaking commandment 10.
The book of Luke, chapter 12, and verse 15. And he said unto them, take heed and beware of covetousness, for a man's life consisted not in the abundance of the things which he possesseth.
So when you die, God is not going to care how many mansions you had. He's not going to care how much money you had in the bank. He's not going to care how many cars you had in your garage. He's not going to care how many diamond rings, diamond necklaces, diamond watches that you had, how many Coach purses you had, how many pairs of Prada sunglasses you had, how many pair of Jordans you had in your closet. None of that's going to matter when you're on your deathbed. But unfortunately, here in America, that's what they've made basically popular. Gather as much things as you can before you die. YOLO, you only live once, so live it up while you can. Party and drink and have a good burial time as much as you can in this life. Get as many men or women as you can in this life. Covetousness. Christ said, take heed and beware of covetousness, for a man's life consisteth not in the abundance of the things which he possesseth. In order for you to battle that temptation of covetousness, you got to understand what it takes for you to break commandment 10. What does commandment 10 consist of? All right, let's go to 2 Corinthians chapter 13 and verse 11.
The book of 2 Corinthians, chapter 13 and verse 11.
Yep.
Finally, brethren, farewell, be perfect, be of good comfort, be of one mind, live in peace, and the God of love and peace shall be with you.
So he says, finally, brethren, farewell. That's what we're telling you. Finally, brethren, farewell. Be perfect. Then we mentioned that earlier in the lesson. That's what the Most High expects of us. That's what Christ expects of us, for us to be perfect. Be of good comfort. We should be a good comfort to one another. Be of one mind. We should be of one mind, one body, not all these different sects of Israelite camps running around trying to separate ourselves from one another. Because that's what's going on. We're going contrary to what the scriptures tells us to do. All these different doctrines. How can we be of one mind if everybody's believing something different? Live in peace. We're not even doing that. So much strife going on in the Israelite community. It says that the God of love and peace shall be with you. So is the God of love and peace with us right now? No, not while we're not being perfect, not while we're not being of good comfort, not while we're not of one mind, not while we're not living in peace. He's not having nothing to do with us. So you got to be aware that there are some out there that are driving us away from the Most High rather than pulling us in. Again, open your eyes. Use the scriptures. Keep the commandments. Let's go to Ecclesiastes 12 and 13 through 14.
The book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 12 and verse 13. Let us hear the conclusion of the whole matter. Fear God and keep his commandments, for this is the whole duty of man. For God shall bring every work into judgment with every secret thing, whether it be good or whether it be evil.
And that should be enough right there for you to want to resist temptation, knowing that in the end, every secret thing you've ever done in your life is going to be brought to light, whether it was good or whether it was evil. You're going to be judged by it. That should be enough incentive for you to resist temptation right there. And with that, we're going to say shalom. Most High in Christ blessed. Enjoy the rest of the Sabbath, as we always like to tell you. Got a lot of time left, left for the Sabbath. Enjoy it with your family, enjoy it with your friends, or enjoy it with your congregation, whoever you may be spending it with right now. This is a day of feasting. This is a day of rest. It's a day of congregating. So take advantage of it before you got to go back out there into the temptations of the world and endure being an Esau system. And with that, we're going to say shalom. Most High in Christ bless. We'll see you next Sabbath.